Keith Ford says, as real as they get. Are we back? Is it working? Okay. Hopefully it's working. So there's a handy little feature that you can just press pause break and it'll actually freeze the sim, yet everything is still working. Okay, YouTube not working, but Twitch is. Let's do a little refresh here on. Now, if we click on live, bear with me now, dudes. Live now. Yeah, it's okay. We'll give it a minute. Colin Prendergast says YouTube is now working. Good stuff. Yeah, I think... I don't know what happened there. Okay, I think we have life again. Well, that's how you do a clear out, guys. Don't know what happened there. Anyway, we continue with our flight. Oh, Julia, what's after happening here? Okay.
Hey, good morning.
Daniel Mills, 98, is now following. Many thanks, Daniel. Don't know what happened there, guys, but we'll try and pull it all back together. As we're approaching Shannon. That was a whole load of excitement all of a sudden. So we're going to fly over Shannon and we're going to have a look into Limerick. I have not a clue what happened there. But many thanks for y'all coming back. I was starting to get worried. Scotty Bob 64 is now following. Many thanks, Scotty. You're very welcome to the stream here tonight. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, guys, but sure, look it, we're back. And we're still in one piece, just about. As we're doing a low pass over Shannon. So we're going to make our way down into Limerick to see what we can see. Some sort of a crash with the stream setup. But we're okay, we're back. We're grand, we hope. So everything is doing what it should be doing. Apologies if you got kicked off the stream. Not quite sure what happened there. forget, guys, we're also over on Discord. And what I'll do, I'm going to get the details for you for Discord, because if the sim decides to have, or not the sim actually ran fine. If my streaming stuff decides to have another, well, let's just call it a moment, shall we? If it decides to have another moment, at least we'll all know where to go. So let's see, Adventure, Young Ones Inc. No. Two-Tone, Flight Media. I think it's this one. True Gamer is here. He says you better not be entering Leash off your Kildare, or the guards will be pulling us over. Right. Let's get our bearings here, shall we, as we approach Limerick. And we have some clouds to contend with here as well. So as we're flying into Limerick, I do believe that's Thomond Park down there. I could be wrong, but it looks like Thomond Park. Alright, let's see how we go. So, straight away, Limerick is starting to look fairly decent. You do have the hotel down by the Dock Road. We do have Thomond Park, or at least a building that depicts the location of Thomond Park. The bridges, don't see bridges. But again, as Microsoft have stated, they will be doing many updates to the sim over its lifetime. So anywhere not getting the love of the photogrammetry, I wouldn't worry too much. So I think the loading distance is set by the quality of what your sim is running at, be it, you know, low settings, medium, high, or ultra. That'll kind of tell you how far ahead of the screen or ahead of the aircraft it'll load your scenery at. I have to say, it looks decent. It looks more than decent. It looks very good. There's a St. John's Castle there, and there's the Limerick Boating Club. There are bridges there, all right. Yeah, no, the textures are starting to come in. It doesn't look too bad. Like all the individual houses and that, like, this is fairly good for Limerick, lads. This is fairly good. In terms of stadiums, probably needs a bit more work on, alright. But not too bad. Not too bad. Scotty Bob says the work they did in the mesh is amazing. It really is. The mesh here is fantastic. Gavin Casey asks, can you go through Tralee? We'll be passing fairly close to it. We're going to head down to Kerry Airport. Paddy asks, do you think the game uses like 6 cars or a lot of them? Well, it models kind of ground traffic, so I'm not quite sure how many models they've used for the cars, but there seems to be a fairly decent mix. Benny P says, regarding scenery, I thought there would be a world scenery update every 28 days. Maybe, yeah. Like they're going to be constantly adding to this, you know. And look at that. Beautiful. They should have named this Screenshot Simulator 2020. Colin says, cars driving on the left. I thought they were. Gavin Comerford says, can you go to Waterford? Yep. No bother at all, Stuart. Listen, thanks so much for joining us here tonight. And we'll be streaming this again tomorrow, so don't worry, dude. As we continue flying out the Ennis Road out to Limerick, as we come up along to Shannon here. Is there a photo mode? Kinda, like you can pause the sim, go into your drone camera, which is this guy. If we learned how to do the buttons right. And you can pretty much capture any sort of a photo you want in that view. So as we eye up the runway here of Shannon, we get our speed down a little bit. So we have absolutely fantastic weather over here at the moment. We turn on from our left base onto final here at Shannon. We'll get our approach bits and bobs lined up. Landing gear coming out. First notch of flaps away. This airplane is a little bit tricky to keep everything at the right speed on descent. So we'll give it a bash and see what happens. Landing gear is down. We have our flaps down by 1 notch. We take our time on our final approach. Shannon looks really nice. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see kind of what X-Plane are cooking. As a hush falls over the crowd, let's try not to make a mess of this. Just something not right with the power setting. There's 500. Nice bit of wind here to play with. I think the business park is Smithstown, I think, if I'm not mistaken. There's the middle marker light for the airport. That's about right. Oh, there's there's some gusts here. As we approach on runway 24. Keep yourselves somewhat on the centre line. Bleed off the speed. We've miles of runway here, so I'm not overly worried. There's contact on the back and on the front. And we're down. Yeah, strong gusts there, alright. A little bit strange because one weather sock was actually kind of neutral and the one over here in the corner was gusting full whack. That was interesting. Anyway, bring our flaps in. As we continue our taxi on here, we're going to get some parking. The flight level is here. Just tuned in to catch your landing. Cool. You're very welcome. Thanks for joining me here this evening. Mel Parry says, or asks, are you liking it? Loving it. It's absolutely fantastic, guys. Definitely strange kind of weather in the Shannon. HD Gaming says, Hurghada. Where's Hurghada? Sean J. Murray, where are you now? We've just landed in Shannon. Now this could be tricky. So perhaps a bit of work left to be done at Shannon. Yeah, so they have a bit of work left to do at Shannon. Taxiways aren't completely finished. We'll park ourselves here on the side of the runway. And in the spirit of keeping things lit, we'll bug out of here momentarily. Get our parking brake on. We're going to jump out here and have a quick look around. Because if it is the case, we have a little bit more work to do in Shannon, and there's no point spending a lot of time on it. So the layout is pretty much spot on. The terminal directions are pretty much spot on. Yeah, there's got a couple of... They have a bit of work to do on this, but it's not going to take a whole lot. Things appear to be in the right location anyway from the building's perspective. Taxiways need to be worked on, obviously. Some of the tiles for the photos need to be worked on. But apart from that, it does look pretty good. So Shannon in the surrounding area, that does look nice there. So as we're tipping along here, current wind only 5 kilometers an hour. Yeah, there's something not 100% right. Is it blue? It went from like 0 to hero on approach there. Okay.
Hey, good morning.
Kevin to me has just subscribed. Good evening to you, Kevin. Many thanks for joining us. Right, so let's see what's happening. Because I'm trying to figure out what happened to me stream.
Hey, good morning.
9 is here. Many thanks for the subscribe. And just says, how do you get in that view in your glass screen? How do you get that view in your glass screen? So this is like the drone camera, which works fairly well. Let's look at the nighttime, because you're asking us for the nighttime. Oh, dude. Doesn't that just look amazing? The lighting in this thing is unbelievable. Looks amazing, doesn't it? Charles asks, PC specs, so it's an i9 9900 with an RTX 2080 Ti and 64 gigs of RAM. Johnny's here on Twitch, he says, is this the new Microsoft Flight Sim? Yes, it is. Perry says, wow! It is a wow moment. Do strobes reflect off clouds like landing lights? Yes, they do. So we can bring it down to actual nighttime. See kind of the world coming alive here at nighttime, look. That's pretty much nighttime. AC Gaming, yeah, we'll probably not get a chance of that this evening. We're going to be checking out Ireland first, but don't worry, we will jump over that neck of the woods soon. There's all kind of cool sounds here in the background as well, which is awesome. HGN is the best airport in the world. I will take your word for that, but we will definitely check it out at some stage. The focus this evening is pretty much on Ireland. We pan around here. Now, let's see, can we get the old sunrise? Ooh, come back there a bit. Look at the state of that. Have you ever seen anything like that? Unbelievable.
Hey, good morning.
Charles has just subscribed. Many thanks, Charles. Fair dues. Fair dues. Okay, so I want to check out one or two things. Number one, why did the stream decide to like explode? And two, how do we stop it from happening again? Lucas has also subscribed. Many thanks, guys. I really do appreciate it. So far, so good. So what we're going to do, we're going to change airplanes again.
Hey, good morning.
Razor07 is now following. Many thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. If you're new to the channel and you like this kind of content, by all means, give us an old thumbs up and a like and a subscribe and all that great stuff. I do appreciate it. And it kind of points me in the right direction of making more of this stuff. So we're going to jump out to our main menu. Sean Reynolds says, too many runway lights. Yeah, there's a few of them there, alright. Now, let's see. World map. So there was a couple of airports we had to look up here, wasn't there? KBLX, that was one of them. KBLX. Is it there? I don't see it. No. KBLX. KBL is there, alright. LV. There's over 40,000 airports in the world, and I think they've managed so far on the initial day of release some 30,000 of them. LPFL is another one. LPFL, that's there. Flores is there. Cool. UHHH is there. That's modelled. Let's have a look. Will that zoom in? So there's the world. That is Earth as we know it. And we've all this. Look at that. Even the way the clouds are. Absolutely fantastic. So yeah, so it pretty much depicts the weather that's live in the world. So here's this airport. If we zoom in, yeah, it's fairly well detailed. You have a whole load of parking and you have your two main runways. That's there. Always good to see. Somebody asks, how many Romanian airports? Couldn't tell you. I imagine a few. HEGN. It's in it. If we zoom in, ooh. Yeah. There's a lot of work done there, alright. That looks like it's in a nice part of the world. Nice. We're not going to jump in there just yet, though. We're going to continue on with our Irish stuff. But I'm definitely adding that one to the list. That is definitely a place we're going to go to. So we're now in the Shannon. We're going to take off from Shannon. And we're going to make our way down to Kerry Airport. We'll go to a direct. So Shannon is going to be now departure. Just put us on the runway. So take off, straight out, probably straight in, runway 24. Or will be better. Grand. Take off from runway 24 and then straight down to Kerry. This is only going to be a quick flight, so we don't need to worry too much about it. We're going to jump into our... We'll go with a 172 again. And because it seems to be the least amount of headaches for me. And again, I have cameras and whatever else set up. We'll change it up then after a while. We'll give the glass cockpit a little breather for the moment. Flight conditions, we're going to go to... real world weather conditions, but our time is going to be during the day. All of that is fine. And we'll lash into this. So we'll give it a few minutes and see what happens. John Reynolds says, too many runways at Shannon. Yeah, I think Shannon needs a bit more work, to be honest. Kevin Casey Farm Forward. That's we're heading down to Kerry there now. Vic says, are you going to Dublin? We will be shortly. So we're going to go Shannon to Kerry, Kerry to Cork, Cork, Waterford, and then we're heading on up the East Coast. Harvey Stennett is here, yes. Do you know when the game will release on Xbox? I don't actually know, but I have a sneaky suspicion it's going to be before Christmas. I think. Should be, anyway. We're back in our trusty little Cessna. You get this kind of a loading intro screen, which is nice. I tend to leave it on for a couple of seconds, just it builds in your scenery and ties everything up. Is this Shannon or Shipwell? Okay, we'll say ready to fly. Right, let's see how this all turns out. So, see avionics talking to us. Turn our pitos just for the sheer crack of it. Get some lighting. All looks well. Lights all okay here. Parking brake is set. Altimeter is set. For our autopilot, we'll go to altitude mode. We'll go for 2,200 feet. Go ahead and arm that. Right. We don't need flaps here, so bring them up. Gavin says, go on out to Skellig Michael in Kerry. We'll see how we go for time. But don't worry, guys. Whatever we don't do tonight, and tonight is only one stream, I'm here all day tomorrow and every day next week. So we'll cover a whole lot together. So fear not. And it's not just exclusively Ireland. It's definitely Ireland for tonight. But I want to have a look at the UK as well, amongst other airports. So, fuel mixture is set to rich, power set to full, airspeed is alive, we're at 40 knots, small bit of right rudder down the runway, keeping on the centre line. We're starting to get light here, here's 60 knots, pull back on this stick, and we're airborne. A strong departure here from Shannon.
Cessna 5 Romeo might continue for south departure. I will contact you next when you leave my airspace.
So there's ATC talking to us.
Shannon Tower Cessna November 235 Romeo might continue for south departure.
Okay. Autopilot can be engaged onto nav mode. VS, we're going to go to 500 feet. Which should be okay. Even though he said a south departure, but we're going to follow our own flight plan for here this evening. Any plans to fly over Belfast? Yeah, 100%. We're going to head up there later on. Trigger says, are you streaming tomorrow? I surely am, Trigger. Or for prayers for anyone who is going to be running this on Xbox One Original. Maybe they can work their magic though. It's going to be optimized. They said they were putting it out on the Xbox One, so I reckon they'll do it. Vic says, the game looks so real. Are you using air traffic at the moment? No. Air traffic control, it seems to be turned on because I set my departure from the runway, so we have the in-game air traffic control, so we'll leave it on and see what happens. So flight time into Kerry is only about 20 minutes. Once we get to our cruising altitude, our speed will come a lot higher here as well. We're at a climbing rate of, we can go to 600 feet per minute. As we adjust our fuel mixture here, watching our EGT rise. Fuel flow is still quite high, but we're on full power at the moment as we continue our climb out. See the way the water even changes colour? Kind of have this kind of a, or is it the window? It's the window. There's dirt on the window. They could have cleaned it. Anyway. Vic says, can you use one flight 2 times faster? Probably not, because then I'm tempting fate. We'll see how we go though.
Cessna 5 Romeo, Mike, you are leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
That was nice of you.
Shannon Tower Cessna November 235 Romeo Mike frequency change.
Okay. I'm gonna leave that guy sit for a bit. Can you use flight 2 times faster? Hopefully there will be a payware add-on for default planes to make their systems complete, i.e. high fidelity. Yeah, I think there will be, 100%. Zershe on bhfuil gaeilge agat tá. Albeit beag. But yes. The Beag Echelon, or Echelon Beag, which is the Cessna 172, which is fantastic. So we can see already we have some we have some weather to contend with on our way down to Kerry. So we are about 20-ish minutes away. As we just watch our RPMs here, our fuel flow should be a little bit better. And what we'll do now, we'll jump outside and check out the scenery. Not that we need it, but another shameless plug. Nick says, it's Mahlum Gaelge, Maham Buchel. That's okay, Trigger. That's quite okay. It is an English-speaking channel, so we're all good. But search it. On the Lee Roadie. Tá on Echelon Gohalan. There is weather. A lot of weather. Gas, can you upgrade parts by any chance? I don't believe so, no. I think it's very much the aircraft that you choose to fly in is what you get. Who's to say you can't do things like this later on in the sim? Third-party developers might come up with some sort of an idea. For other aircraft liveries and skins, I do believe they'll be made available after the release. All forecast subscribe, many thanks. You're very welcome to the channel. I hope you're enjoying the flight so far. This will probably be broken down into 2 videos because the stream had a bit of an upset earlier. Check out the trees. I've never been amazed looking at trees before. It looks epic. Fork85 says, I'm so excited for this. Oh yeah. It's epic. And look at the weather we're flying into. This is the cat's meow, guys. So our little Cessna's kind of bobbing away here. All sorts of thermals and stuff taking over. As we jump back inside. So we're about 17 minutes away from Kerry. And there's all sorts of weather hitting us. And they look like rain clouds. So this is going to get interesting. Good to see you, Quinn. Vic says, how many years since X-Plane 11 was released? 4 years ago. 2016 is when they released X-Plane 11. Trigger says, just wondering, can I get the SciTech panel to work for MS 2020? Unsure. I think yes. Microsoft and Asobo have taken into consideration those people who build home cockpits. It's getting mighty bumpy here. And as you can see from the windmills, it's windy. Ian says, 5 years of hard work have paid off. Absolutely, dude. Sparker in VR says, with your system, what kind of frames are you getting? Fairly decent. At the minute they're a little bit chugging, kind of low 50s. But overall, very strong. Vic says, I trust it. You'll be fine in the Stratus clouds. We shall see. Sparker in VR is now following. Many thanks for the follow, dude. You're very welcome to the channel. Dylan Kelly. How are you? I just joined. Whereabouts are you? How are you, Dylan? We took off in Shannon and we're making our way down towards Kerry. We're going to do a quick landing in Kerry. Look at the weather ahead of us. Holy moly, it's going to get interesting. Business is about to pick up, as good old JR would say. Sparkling VR, I heard Spad dot next. Yeah, there could be something there. 8-bit beast rather, says, love the wind turbines. Yeah, they're cool, but they're absolutely tanking it. We have weather. Dylan Walsh, have I visited Kerry yet? We're on our way. Sir Cam 73 is now following. Welcome, Sir Cam. Many thanks for joining us. Sean Reynolds, thinking of bed now. I'll watch the VOD tomorrow. Good night. Sean, many thanks for joining us here tonight. Really appreciate you taking the time out to checking out the stream, and 100% we'll see you tomorrow. Quinn asks, wait, is the Rock of Cashel modelled? Not sure. Good question. That's one to be added to our list. We've just gone into IMC. Oh dear. Shot Kiev is here. Hey mate, I hope you're doing well. From Dublin myself. MSFS is looking amazing. It really is, dude. Many thanks for joining me here tonight. Really appreciate it. It's way past your bedtime as well, I'm sure, because it's way past mine, but we're hanging on. Yeah, we're in the soup. This isn't good. So what do? We don't panic. Let's see, can we go above the clouds? Arm that. Arm that. And V speed us. VS is by 500 feet per minute. Am I getting icing? I wouldn't think so. We shouldn't be, because it's quite warm. Where's my little thermometer? Usually bet into a window, and the Cessna, it tends to be up here. Don't panic. Let's see, can we break through some cloudage and see what happens. Sean Murray says, where are you now? We're lost. We're in the soup. A whole load of clouds. We're only about 15 minutes away from Kerry, but we can't see a dang thing. Oh, look at the reflections here, guys. Look. Look at them. Ooh. Very nice. Sparker in VR says, I am the author of SciTech panels for X-Plane. Sweet, you're very welcome to the channel, and hats off to you on fantastic work with that plugin. Phaser07 up the kingdom. We have a Gooch fan. Stream Flight is here. Can you do KORH to KBoss in a TBM? Probably at some stage tomorrow. We'll probably go stateside, but yeah. Trigger asks, are we getting icing? No, I think we're okay for icing. Sir Cam, game looks impressive. There's a guy on Steam making a live stream and the game looks ugly on his PC. Oh, that's too bad. Things are probably going to get ugly here now because I can't see where we're going. And we're very close to Kerry. And we haven't broken out of the clouds yet. So we'll continue on our climb and let's see what happens. This is all part of the excitement, by the way. Grey Goon is here. Good evening to you, Grey Goon. How was the performance of the game? So far, so good. Very good, in fact. Highly optimized. I have a fairly beefy rig, and it runs it quite well, but I'm impressed so far. Sasha says, off to my kit myself. Hope to see some footage of Belfast tomorrow. You surely will. Maybe temperature is in the clock. Oh, yeah, good thinking, Batman. Nope. It's not to say it's not there though. OAT is what we're looking for. Vacuum is okay. Temperature, pressure. The L tachometer works, which is always a good sign. Now I don't know, is that just rain we're getting into, or is that the sun trying to beat down? We will soon find out. 8-Bit B says, it wouldn't be an authentic Ireland without clouds everywhere. I agree. JC Cleary says, can you go to Waterford next, please? 100%. So we're going Kerry, Cork, and then Waterford. So hang on in there. Evan04, that's normal. A dub getting lost in Kerry. We don't get lost in Crow Park. Quinn says, so what's the story with the World War II version of the Air Corps roundel, not the new one as per your pick? What's the story with the World War II version of the Air Corps, not the new one as your pick? Yeah, so the logo I've gone for is the original Irish roundel for the Irish Air Corps. Before it was a Republic. And of course I have the tricolour behind it as well. I just like it. I always like that roundel. I have a background in Baldonnel, and I'm very familiar with that of the air core and casement aerodrome and all that good stuff, so that's what I went for. Welcome to Kerry weather, says Dylan. Yep. S and KR, how real does flight characteristics of the plane feel? Substantially and sometimes frighteningly real. So we're trying to climb all the way up here to 4,200 feet. It didn't do a whole lot. So I'm now going to do the reverse of this. We're now going to go all the way back down to 1,200 feet. Arm that. And we're going to go altitude and V-speed down 600 or 700 feet. And pull the power back. Pull it all the way back. As we get a steep descend here to see can we go under the clouds, because going over them just didn't work. And hopefully we don't nail into a mountain here. Vic asks, how much knots does an A380 go? Not entirely sure. Top right button above the clock. Top. Oh, look. Look. Lads, where would it be without you? It's 11 degrees outside. No need to worry about icing conditions. 11 degrees. Well spotted. Oh, what's after happening there? We had a huge drop. Okay. Some sort of a thermal, perhaps? Well, watch our speed. Doing its best to maintain its descent as we approach 3,000 feet. We are 6 minutes flying time, roughly, or 10 miles away from Kerry. Speed of 100 knots at the moment. We're now at 3,000 feet. We continue our descent. What do you press to change the cameras? So you can set up all your camera buttons. If you just go into the controller profile, you can set them so your internal camera, then if you press the end key, that'll bring you outside. The things just aren't looking very pretty. You then press the insert key and that activates your drone camera, which again, things aren't looking too good. We'll continue our descent here and let's see what happens. This is getting fiercely interesting. You can't get out of Croke Park. Nick says, when I went a trip to Kerry to the McKilligoody Reeks, this is what the weather was like. Yep, exactly, Kerry. What happens when you crash? Well, I cry. And I tarnish any sort of reputation I have built thus far. X Booful X is now following. You're very welcome to the channel. Many thanks for the follow. What happens when you crash? Yeah, so not a whole lot. It won't model, like, you know, explosions and fires and whatever else. Angelo has now subscribed. Good evening to you, Angelo. Many thanks for joining us here tonight as we slowly but surely dip below 2,000 feet. And let's have a look out the window. Any sign of the ground? We can kind of see it now. I'm hoping we'll dip through the clouds at around 1,000 feet, because it's pretty much IMC here. And to be honest, I'm a little bit nervous going too low. This is like rookie 101 stuff here. Now, one thing I will say, it's kind of going against the whole let's look at the scenery if it's this cloudy. But we'll go with it for the minute. And if we crash, well, we crash. All we need to do is start it up again. The joys of simulation. Oh, the simulated horror. 8-Bit B says, might be worth customizing the clouds a bit, something a little more clear. I agree. We probably will. So the ceiling is around 1,000 feet. We're starting to get a bit of visual coming back in. Watch our speed now as we level out. Well, that was loads of fun. So the cloud, we probably need to go down to 1,000 feet. Go ahead and arm that. And dip down another 200 feet just to keep us in VFR conditions. Vic asks, is your monitor curved? No. SGOS, sync rate. Sync rate. No, we're okay. We maintained a fairly decent approach. Well, descent. What's going to tell me when we reach the McKilliguddy Reeks? So they're kind of further on down than Kerry Airport. It's kind of just at the start of Killarney. But we'll have a look in the general area. So if I look straight ahead, we should have a Kerry Airport in front of us, which we do. We can see some runway lights. So we're maintaining 1,000 feet here. Our heading bug synced because we're going to go a left base onto final. Call Fork asks, are you a pilot in real life? No, I am not. I have a couple of hours, but nothing you can write home about. But that is something I would like to rectify over the coming months or years. A PPL is something that would be awesome. Colour of the cloud looks okay. It really does. I would have thought it was raining them, but no. So Black Knight is here with our Metar. So we have a whole load of clouds. A few clouds at 1900. Wind 160 at 3 knots. We'll take it. QNH 1013. SNKR asking about the PC specs. It's an i9 processor, 9900K, running at 5 gigahertz. I have the heading mode here. I have the RTX 2080 Ti, and I have 64 gigs of RAM. So we're flying with Kerry Airport just on our right hand side now. We're doing a full stop landing here. Christian is here. He asks, where are you in Ireland? We're just approaching Kerry Airport, which is in Killarney, or Farm 4 as they also call it. JE is here. This is how we get around the US ban and travel to Ireland. yeah boy, that's how it's done. Yeah, I have to say the sim looks absolutely fantastic. So I managed to get this final release version from the wonderful people over at Microsoft. It's not for review. I'm not making a review on it. I'm just pretty much hopping in and going for a flight. My mission here is to showcase Ireland and show you guys what you're going to hopefully see in the sim when it releases in about 48 hours. So we continue on here. Everything's all nice and bumpy. Jerry McCauley, you're still with us. Where are you off to now? We're just about to land at Kerry. We're getting through it. Evan says Kerry has an airport. That's the first I've heard of it. How well is Dublin Airport and Dublin modelled? Colin will have a look momentarily. Ross Time says, can you see real houses? Yeah, pretty much. SNKR just subscribed. Many thanks for the sub. You're very welcome to the channel. I hope you're liking it. So it depends where you live. They use photogrammetry in 400 cities throughout the world, and everywhere else they use kind of a mix between Azure and Bing data. So you can kind of see, you know, 2 or 3 story apartment blocks dotted across the Irish countryside. Not very accurate, but in terms of the height of the building and the shape, the overall shape of the building, they're pretty spot on. JC Cleary asks, is the weather in real life the same weather in the game, or is it day and night cycle? Both. So we're flying with real world weather conditions according to, well, that's pretty much bang on for Kerry. Granted, it's the 01:45 local time, so you wouldn't see anything. Retromaniac says, wondering the same, Colin. Yeah, 100%. We'll have a look at the we'll have a look at Dublin shortly enough. R4M says, it's great that you acknowledge all of your chat. Well, thanks guys, you're taking the time out to join me. The least I can do is take the time out and chat back. Let me see. Trigger, do you know the time the sun is coming out on Monday or Tuesday? Oh, the sim. Trigger wants to know what time. I think it's coming out at midnight for Tuesday. Evan says Cork Airport be a good place to visit. That's where we're heading for next. And Vic says my brain is still confused. It's keep thinking this is real life. I know, right? Autopilot off. Now keep working away in the chat, lads. If I don't answer you straight away, it's because, well, I'm trying not to crash. But as soon as we land, I'll jump back in and have a gawk. So I need to watch our speed. That was a funny sound with a mixture. And you guys see an airport around here? There she be. So we're now at 18 degrees, which is kind of cool considering it was 11. So we turn on left base onto our final here. I want to watch our altitude here, not to go too low. Not as straightforward flying these things. You tend to bounce around quite a bit. Okay. I'll try and concentrate. We kind of chug along there. The mesh is absolutely fantastic. So when I say the mesh, it's all the little hills and mountains and stuff. They've absolutely knocked it out of the ballpark with this one. You just have such a sense of scale, especially when you see the trees and the buildings and the mesh and then the weather. It's a very enclosed kind of space when you think about it. We're way below the glide slope here, but we're okay. So bring our speed back. Need to get it into that white arc. There we go. First notch of flaps coming down. Yeah, don't overshoot. The first notch is down. Going to keep it at around 65-ish knots as we're getting bounced around here, approaching the runway. Quick check on our flaps here. 20 is enough, not full flap smurf. What are you trying to do to people? Watch our power. This is going to be fun.
Hey, good morning.
Randy Jones has just subscribed. Many thanks, Randy. I hope you're enjoying the content, dude. And thanks for joining the stream this evening. Is there anyone else I've missed? It's not intentional. We'll get you here now in a couple of minutes. Ah, jeez. Ross Times is now following. It always happens on approach. You must be all waiting there, just yeah, wait till Murphy's landing, then we'll hit the button. Then he has to like, oh look, there's something happening. Okay, we'll try and save this. Look at that weather sock, man. It went from like 0 to hero. Anyway, let's see what happens here as we approach runway 08. I'll watch the flare. Little bit of a float coming in, but we can live with that. Keep that nose up. Contact on the back wheels. Keep it on the runway. Contact on the front. 40 knots. Decel. Trying to keep it on the centre line. We'll use a bit of manual braking here as we turn the aircraft around, and we'll back taxi to the terminal. So as a comparison, we last flew into Kerry. Was it last week or maybe 2 weeks ago when we were using X-Plane 11? So you can see it's vastly different. It's very different. Look at the clouds. Look at the sky colours. We'll go ahead and retract our flaps. We're going to head over to the main terminal here. Park it up for a couple of minutes. It'll give me a chance to read through the chat. We're still okay with the liquids. Let's launch it. We could probably do with a shot of fuel, and I might change the weather. And the only reason I want to change the weather is, well, I want to be able to see the scenery. So let's see what happens, shall we? So, Kerry Airport, again, this is not a hand-crafted airport. This is just default, out of the box. So the texture work in the building, probably not 100% spot on, but the shape of it, at least in terms of the height, it's not far off it. Where are you going? Dude! That's a follow me. Impeccable timing. That was Healy Ray in that. He was out having the crack. Right, so there's guys here who'll direct us into parking. So see that. Go home, driver. You're drunk. Anyway, we'll direct ourselves over to this guy. Where actually does he want us to park? I haven't done this before. This is cool. Okay, we'll take it. Okay, park and brake on. Down here to our lights. We're not blinding them. Strobes, taxis, dial them off. Get our transponder off. Avionics off. Looking good. Mixture out. Thumbs up from the dude. And get our battery off. Sweet. Oh yeah. Okay. Welcome to Kerry, guys. Isn't this place nice? So while we're here, let's kind of check the place out, shall we? Now, let's see what we can do with the weather. So we'll turn off the live weather and let's go for rain. Let's just see what it does. And we can disappear my mush. And it'll give me a chance to catch up on the chat. R4M says, I can't wait to land in my driveway. Challenge accepted. Randy Jones, are you actually using anything near 64 gig with this sim? Nowhere near it at all. If I'm using 12, I think that's about it. Debarkus is here. Hello all. X Boofle, very nicely done. Many thanks. Sir Cam 73, beautiful landing, Captain, he says. Many thanks. Vic asks, what's your microphone? It's a newer NW700. Daniel Mills says, can you show some snow in the summer? Sure, we'll have a look. Phaser, Healy Ray is boarding the flight to Cork. 8-Bit Beast says, how are you doing fuel-wise? We're just about touch and go there for a while. Carl Fork says, follow me truck has places to be. He really does. Kyle Toll is here. Ground support traffic needs some work. And at times, maybe, yes. JC Cleary. I can already see my friends crashing into my in real life house in this and sending it to me saying, you want to go outside? I was just going to say Kerry drivers, lol. That's from Evans. Booble says 172 marshalled in XD. That's awesome. Hadn't seen that before. Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Burnsy. Or Bernesi? Let's go with Bernesi. 919 says, hope someone handcrafts Dublin Airport. Yeah, 100%. Ross Keating is here. He says, have you been to Dublin yet? Not just yet. Soon. Very soon. Vic says, could you explore the world without the plane? Technically, yes. So, okay, it's loaded up the plane, but I'm in like, see this drone mode? And we can move around. As we have some rain approaching. Gavin says, where are you now? I left the stream for a few minutes. Gavin just landed in Kerry. Next stop is going to be over the Cork direction. S and KR says, you're broadcasting at 1080. What is the sim set at? Also 1080. Randy Jones, Ireland is so beautiful. I've had the pleasure of travelling there one time. Would love to go back and can't wait to fly there in the sim. 100%, Randy. This Ireland is really beautifully done in the sim. Lue is here. Show us game map. Yeah, we'll have a look at that shortly. Debarcus, I notice you're using the Steel series. Is it the Actors Pro and Game DAC? If so, how do you set up your Windows sounds for X-Plane 11? Chat or game? So yes, it is the Steel series with the DAC Pro. All my audio is routed through a mixer, which is a Yamaha MG10XU. So I'm not entirely sure how I can do it all in it, but if you attach, or once you connect this device to your PC, you can kind of tell Windows, and in particular if it's X-Plane you're using, you can tell it what sounds to output where. So for example, if you just want to have your ATC will just go out through your headphones, and everything else then will go out through your main speakers. As we look up the clouds here. Aqua Finn is here. Subcap, what edition of the game will you be getting? So we have the Premium Deluxe version. That's what we have here at the moment, and that's what we're hanging on to. Ross Keating asks, has the PC9 been announced yet for FS 2020? Not yet. Lue, hi all, says Lue. Booble says, it looks a lot like where I live, far south opposite the end of the world in Tasmania. Sweet. So far, so good. As we bring up our little map here. So, we are here in the Kerry. I know one of you guys is asking to go out to the Skelligs. I'll probably do that tomorrow because it's down here somewhere. And I want to leg it over to Cork because time is a-moving. So, we are roughly halfway through the stream for tonight. Halfway. I should have started this earlier. Liwei wants to know, can we show the airports from the map game? Can, but it means I would have to exit it. So we might do it once we get down to Cork. This is only a quick stop here in Kerry. Frosty Times, I hate to ask again, I had to step away. Do you progress the game with LSC and such, or can you just fly everything? You can pretty much just fly whatever you want. With all the aircraft that comes with the sim, you can belt away with them, which is great. So, let me see. Yeah, so we said turn on rain. So we have rain turned on. So we're going to turn that off now. Who said snow? Goosh. I know, right? Isn't it absolutely fantastic the way it just automatically loads in snow? Instantly loads in the snow. As simple as that. And look how well it looks. It's just... Well, you're probably getting chilblains now, lads, but apart from that, it just looks brilliant. Now we best turn off the snow, because otherwise I have to de-ice the airplane and I don't want to do that. So if we go to few clouds, see all the rain and stuff melt away. Or we go to scattered clouds. Ooh, they're on the heavy side. We'll go for a few clouds. Yes. How is that looking now? I think it's looking good, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's summertime right there. And it's instant, you know? With the snow textures and the rain, there's no reloading, there's no, you know, there's nothing. It's just, here you go. Yeah, we're ready. Okay, so we're going to jump down to our little airplane. And let's see, can we do a pushback? Hey, Johnny gives an L push there. Johnny's coming around. Hopefully he joins up at the front of the plane. Or maybe Johnny is a Janie. Yep. Battery coming on. Never turn off our mags. Epic failure, Murphy. What will they think of next? Get my mush back into it. Lambe Transit going to be class. Holy cow, even look cold. Have you tried Track IR with it? I have Track IR 4, but I haven't tried it yet, actually, no. But I will. Be Janie. There's contact. Park and brake off. Give us now a little push there, please. As we get a push back. Below here at the Kerry. Pretty cool looking, isn't it? That'll do. Go ahead and set our parking brake. Jump back inside the cockpit. Edit our weight and balance. Fuel. We need more fuel, please. Sure, why not? Fill up the tanks, because we can fly this one now for a little while. There we go. Fuel tank is reading up here. Are we going to Cork? Yes, we're going now straight to the Cork. So let's make sure everything is set up here. Fuel is set. That's grand. Fix our trim here to take off. All okay with me. Lighting, everything is all okay. So we're going to go mixture rich. We're going to go fuel pump on. Positive read. So we can go ahead now and turn our mags on. 1, 2, 3. We'll shout clear prop. Clear prop! And we'll go for start. Hold our toe brakes just in case. Throttle open 1/4. And let's go for start. Good start in the engine. RPM hold it at 1000. Alternator coming on. Avionics can come on. Some lights here as well, just to make it all very fancy looking. And then jump over here to our flight plan. We're going to delete said flight plan. So we're going to do a new one. We're going to go direct to mode. Activate this. We're going to go to Echo. 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 Did you see what I did there? Echo. India. Charlie. Whoop. Janie Mac, Quebec. Kilo. Cork. We're going to Cork. Enter. Roll forward. Roll forward. Enter. Roll forward. Roll forward. Activate. Enter. There we go. We'll select 2,500 feet. Go ahead and arm that. Transponder goes standby. We're going to go VFR. Set to altitude mode. And that looks good with me. Let's buggy. Yes, we're going to Cork. What's the story about offline? I've heard it's possible, but assume way less detail. Yeah, you'll have a bit less detail in it. Will you be going to Baldonnel? Asks Ross Keating. Yes, we will. Vic says, one day flight sim might even make you explore the planets. It might do. Who knows, guys? Who knows? Right, so throttle coming alive as we buggy on out of Kerry. We shall always remember you as the place that had rain and snow and crazy follow me drivers. Okay, so we're just throw caution to the wind and just basically taxi and take off straight away. Don't turn and hit us. Don't turn and hit us. He didn't turn. And he didn't hit us. Sir Cam says, Microsoft should hire you as an official streamer. Nah. But thanks. I do appreciate the sentiment. One notch of flap for takeoff. That sounds like an awful lot of flaps. One click, please. Thank you. So make sure to go to Rich. All our lights are on. Transponder is set. Flaps are set. Let's boogie. So our power is set. Try and keep it here on the center line. Airspeed is coming alive. We're going to rotate this machine at around 55 knots. There's 40. There's 50. We're getting light. 55. And we're airborne. Cool. So as we continue our climb out of Kerry, we say good luck to you and many thanks. And best of luck in the All-Ireland next year. So we're coming up on 300 feet. Go ahead, bring our flaps in. We have this beautiful countryside. Look at the trees. They just look fantastic. So we're at 500 feet. We can start our turn here. No mountains in our immediate vicinity. Andy Murphy asks, where are we going? We're going to Cork. Jen Sinek is here. Is this the new Flight Sim 2020? Indeed it is. We're having a look at Ireland. So Microsoft were very kind to provide me with a key for the final release. This is not a review. It's not a final verdict in any way, shape or form. This is just me hopping into the sim just to show you guys the Irish scenery, amongst other bits and bobs, the weather and some aircraft and stuff like that. So hop down here to our little autopilot. We are going to go to autopilot on, and it doesn't like that. Autopilot on, nav mode, and we're going to go 1100 feet per minute is a little bit high. We'll go 1200 feet. No, we want 2500. Arm that. Altitude. We'll go for 600 feet per minute in our climb. And that should be better. As we've intercepted our magenta line, we're now on our way to Cork. Flight time less than 20 minutes. We'll keep this sporty. I know you guys are anxious to see many other parts of Ireland. SKR wants to know, how are the engine sounds when changing the altitude of the plane? Are they consistent or do they increase or decrease? I haven't gone high enough to really understand it. I do know the environment has a lot of different changes depending on the height in which we fly. Is it Colonel Fork or just Call Fork? I don't know. Anyway, he says, Ireland looks like a beautiful country. Would love to visit one day. Yeah, it is. If you get the weather, it's really nice. If you don't get the weather, it's nice. It's not too bad though. Or4M says, there's not a better time the sim could be coming out. Something really positive in 2020 for us. Absolutely. Geez, the year we've had with travel restrictions and the general fear and all the terribleness that goes on. It's great that we now have a virtual vehicle to travel the entire planet. Evans asks, would it be more realistic with ATC active? Yes, it would, 100%. But as you can see, Evans, I can barely handle the weather at the minute, so we shan't worry too much with ATC. Not yet, we will. But this is literally the first time I've live streamed this, and I'm doing everything off the one PC, so there's a couple of learning curves for me as well. But we'll get there. Ryan D. Walker is here. Good morning. My sister lives in Cork. Fantastic. We'll be sure to say hi. Ryan says, I'm up north just south of Belfast. Cool. We will be heading up to Belfast later on in the stream. Andy Murphy says, what do you think would be the best desktop to play this game? Question mark. It's not a straightforward question, but I will say this platform will be released on Xbox One. And then obviously the next gen Xbox consoles are going to get this as well. If you're after a PC to get it and to make it run, don't forget, guys, if you're going to build a PC now to run this at max on its release date, you'd want to dig very, very deep. This sim, if they didn't make it right, as in if they didn't... What way do I phrase this? Essentially, because this is so new, this shouldn't be able to... It shouldn't able to be maxed out on any PC, as in full-blown graphics, everything max, and like, you know, getting like 120 frames, because there's no headroom. You know, the 3000 generation graphics cards are due to come out relatively soon. They'll probably pack a bigger punch in terms of performance. What I'm running and the settings I'm using, I'm getting great performance. Some of the lower specs, again, you're going to dial things down, and the differences are quite subtle. Like, you're not going to evolve from clouds that look like this to Minecraft. Like, that's just not going to happen. So I do think the sim is very well optimized. It's by far the nicest looking thing I've ever seen in the history of all things ever. It's awesome looking. It's really, really nice. And to have Ireland, little old Ireland, like, jeez, a small little island on the west of Europe. You know, we're made famous for our art and culture and drinking and our music and our sports. I suppose we've got our military history there as well. But apart from that, we don't really feature. Oh, and our language as well. Who could forget our language? But apart from all of them, we don't really feature. Well, our actors as well, I suppose, and, you know, from the North, Game of Thrones and everything else. But apart from all of that, we don't really feature. Ben, go on, you have to go to the Strand in Tramore. We'll be passing it on our way to Waterford. Colonel Fork says, Colonel. Very good, sir. Colonel it is. Carry on, Colonel. Call Fork. I was calling him Call Fork. Good man, Murphy. Anyway, Andy Murphy says, yep, the year sucks. SKR says, can you still fly the plane when in an external view? Of course you can. So, I don't know how I turn them off, but you can turn them back on again. Do 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 do. I think it's in settings, and you can have picture paints 1,000 words. So if you go into this and go to camera, I think instrument heads up display. We're going to turn this on. Hit save. Go back, and resume. So to answer your question, you can absolutely fly this thing. Oh, we had a little bit of a stutter. Oh yeah, disappear my mug so you can see what's going on. So you can absolutely fly this plane in an external view, if that is what you want. Some people will like to fly it in external view, some people won't. it's entirely up to you. For me personally, I jump outside just to have a look at you know, like scenery shots and stuff like that. Apply and save. Go back, go back, go back. And there we have it. And then if you really want to show off... Hello. How do we end up all the way here? So this is the drone cam. It takes a little bit of use. It takes a little bit of time, rather, to get used to. But when you get used to it, it's extremely powerful. And it'll pretty much find that angle you're looking for. Something like this. About there. And maybe like this. With that. And then we go in and add some kind of music to it. Scotty Bob 64 says, "Your lovely voice has me keeping me sane as I work on making a livery." Well, Scotty Bob, you're very kind. My mother always said I had a voice for radio and a face for the newspaper. Evan says, "You like peace and quiet." I get you. Ryan D. Walker says, "Flyover Banbridge if possible." Yeah, we'll try our best. SKR says, "Thanks for answering the questions. Great job." Louis says, "But we don't know when it's coming to Xbox." Soon. I would think soon. Colonel Fork says, "The Irish people have made a big cultural impact on the USA." I'm glad to hear. And ditto. Jack McInerney is here. "I've just searched Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 Ireland and came across your previous stream. Have you flown over the north yet?" Not yet, Jack. So we started off in Donegal. We've worked our way down the west coast. We've just left Kerry now as we cut across, and we're going to head to Cork. We're going to shoot across the south coast, ramble up the east coast, back up to the north, and we're going to go kind of Belfast over to Derry, down to Enniskillen, and then we're going to cut back into the Midlands. That is the plan. Oscar Murphy asks, "Where are you now?" So we're cutting across from Kerry, heading over to County Cork. Andy Murphy says, "Been using laptops the last 10 years, but thinking of flying. Have $2,500 US to spend on a desktop." Well, $2,500 should get you a relatively beefy machine. As Prop Damage is now following over on Twitch, many thanks for the follow. I do appreciate it, guys. Any likes or subscribes or follows, they mean the world to me. And it kind of lets me know you guys are interested in this sort of content. It's still a very small, well, relatively small channel and stream. I'm not doing it terribly long. Been making videos alright for a little while for X-Plane. And started streaming only a couple of months ago, and I'm having a blast. And it's many thanks to you fine people who, you know, you take the time out of your day to come and have a gawk and have a chat. Closed Window 14 is here. He says hello. "Do you know how the flight sim has the real-time traffic added to the sim?" So it uses a lot of information from NavBlue. So that's all the airline traffic. Also, it looks at multiplayer traffic, in which you can turn that on or off. The sim itself looks at ground traffic, real world traffic, anything from aircraft, trains, boats, cars. It's reading all of this data. Minimac111 is now following. Many thanks, dude. I really appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. It's all happening now, lads. RDW77 is now following. Really appreciate it, guys. Thanks a million. SKR says, "Thanks for the views, demo. So cool." Way for Merle is now following. It's all happening, lads. We've won the lotto tonight.
Anyone with a copy, come in.
Colonel Fork, he's now hosting. Many thanks, dude. Really appreciate it. You're all very welcome. Jerry McCauley asks, where are we now? We're heading south east. We got from Kerry. We're on our way now over to Cork. We'll be in Cork in a couple of minutes. There'll be a quick landing in Cork, and then it's all going to start happening relatively quickly as we shoot across the south coast and then up the east coast. Close Window 14 is just subscribed. Many thanks, dude. Really appreciate it. Jack says the scale of the thing is mad like. Jack, it's absolutely mad like. You know, you talk about, you know, ortho tiles, and we talk about color corrections and how do they get the sim looking as they get it looking. I'm still gobsmacked by the performance of this thing and how well it looks. Absolutely beautiful. That's a decent camera angle for a couple of minutes. Andy Murphy says, doing it all night tonight? Pretty much. It's late. Well, it's only 2:20 in the morning here. But we're pumped and we're super psyched. And we still have beverage. And that beverage has a couple of more brothers left in the pack. So we're doing well. Colonel Ferg says, do you normally fly small aircraft or do you mix it up with the larger ones as well? A bit of everything. I really like the choppers back in X-Plane 11. I'm a sucker for the Bell Augusta AW139. I like the Gazelle as well. Some of the bigger jets, yes, I kind of know my way around the 737, the A320 a little bit. So I'm looking forward to the 787 in this. We will definitely be planning some tube liner flights, most definitely. Close Window 14. Also, how good a performance will I have playing this on my laptop? It has an i5 processor and a GTX 1050 Ti. You should be fine. It'll be fine. Andy Murphy says he's not too happy. He's not too happy because he can see how much I love the sim. Don't worry, Andy, you're talking like 45 hours and like 40 minutes. It's all good. Sparker in VR says the group flights look like they would be so much fun. Absolutely, and like that's the thing I would love to do here on the channel. I'm over on Discord as well, guys. If you want to have a look, there's a link floating around there somewhere, or if any of you guys in the chat have the link, you can drop it in. Let's see if I can bring it in here on this. Let's see here now. I think this will work. It may not work, but we'll see. So there's a link dropped in there now. That's Discord. You're more than welcome to join us in there, and I will be hoping that we're going to have a couple of flights, especially the group flights will be taking place from our Discord in the coming days, weeks and months. RDW77 popping over from YouTube, lol. Didn't realise you were on Twitch. We're on both, which is a cool thing. But yes, when I say we, me, I is on Twitch and the YouTube. As Jack says, sure, what else should you be doing at 02:21 AM? Colonel Fork says the visuals are nothing short of stunning. I agree. They look absolutely fantastic. Close Window 14 says, I can't wait to be able to play the sim myself. It looks phenomenal. It really does. Andy Murphy says, fantastic views. Bambino Tech is here. Good evening to you. How about that SR22? Yeah. It's got to be done. We got to have a go on the SR22. Vic says, the view looks like you're streaming from a real plane. It does, doesn't it? Looks fantastic. Andy says, I'll join your Discord. Many thanks. SKR, first time I've ever wished the weekend would end. Yep. Sideshow Jeff is here. He's watching over on Twitch. You're very welcome, Jeff. This is so incredibly beautiful. Thanks for the stream. What's your altitude at the moment? So we're hunkered in, as we get our buttons right, are 2,500 feet. We're just about to go over Cork Airport, but I want to fly in around Cork City first and then loop back. So if we jump outside, you'll probably see Cork Airport now. So the airport is just off on a hill over that direction. We have Cork City appearing. There's something kind of strange over here, but let's not worry about that for the minute. So we'll continue on. So we can see Cork Airport just on the hill here. I haven't flown here actually, so I don't know if it's going to be modelled or not. Again, I imagine there will be a number of third-party developers, or indeed Microsoft could be updating these airports themselves. The Dice says 6 is here. He says, hi, how did you get the software? It's only been released on the 18th, or am I using a beta? So Microsoft have very generously reached out to me and provided me with this key. It's not a review. There's no kind of final decisions, or my opinions are that of my own. And I'm pretty sure before the actual worldwide release, who's to say it doesn't get a patch or an update, or maybe it doesn't, I don't know. But my intentions are purely to showcase the Irish scenery in the sim. I've been mad giddy watching it ever since the alpha many moons ago, and then the beta. And I was super excited when Microsoft reached out to say, hey Armorf, and I said, Bjani, thanks very much. And yeah, we're here tonight showing it off. And many thanks for the follow, Sideshow Jeff. Really appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much. We're feeling the love. Muse fan is here. So glad I found this channel. Dying to see what Dublin is like and my home county of Louth. Well, hang tough, Muse fan. We're going to go up there in a little while. I might need to sleep though and watch the video tomorrow. It's way past my bedtime. No problem at all, dude. Can you fly over? Is it Farranree in Cork, if you know where it is? Sean, give me an idea roughly. Scotty Bob, this is the first sim that has finally given me the feeling of actually flying over my hometown city and state. The trees, buildings, the mesh, the photogrammetry, just spectacular. 100%. Like, we've never seen anything like this, guys, at all. So we look down at Cork here. Now, give it a sec to load in, but in terms of, this is not a handcrafted airport. This is stock, bog standard scenery. But at least it has the correct layout of the buildings. The runways are there. You know, they're populating a car park. You have a bit of the business park in behind it. And the mesh is absolutely spot on. So here be Cork City. We must do a ramble here on Cork City. Bring this guy all the way around. So we're going to go to heading mode. So we'll have a look over the Cork City and then double back to the airport and put her down for a quick land. Trying to find your house. Honestly, it's so detailed, you'll probably have no trouble. I meant that for you, not asking Murphy. Vic says, worth watching this stream at 02:28 AM. Well, I appreciate it, guys. Jerry McCauley, what time do you think you'll be in Derry, lol? We're getting there, Jerry. What time are we now? We're 02:39 or 29. So we're 2:30 in the morning. 3:30, an hour-ish. An hour-ish. We're just going to pretty much fly over every other airport now until we get up the road to Dublin. And in saying that, I don't think we actually need to land here in Cork. We might just fly over it, as we're starting to see this beautiful scenery come alive. Sean says it's by a GAA pitch and a church, my home airport. That's so cool. Spark and VR, we did get a chance to spend a little under a week in Ireland a few years back, and this brings back many good memories. That's great to hear. Colonel Fork 85, still early for me, 21:30 where I am. Nice. Sean says Turner's Cross. I know the area roughly. Jerry says cheers. Sean says the lock. Jack says get the outside view on the go. Man, Jack. So we have the harbour below here at Cork. We'll do a couple of fly pass here, guys, just so you can see it. So we'll jump back. More of the harbour. Let me see here now. So yeah, it's doing a relatively good job. Parky Queeve, well, at least it knows it's a something. Not looking too shabby. RDW says, I'm off work all week so I can stay up and watch. Booked it off and then found out it was going to be released same week. Nice. I love when things like that happen. Right, so let's get me bearings. This is the Dublin Road. You have the Dunkettle interchange. You have the Jack Lynch Tunnel, which cuts across here. So what we'll do, we'll spin out that direction. Too much. About there. Gavin says, can't wait to see my hometown Waterford in this. Cool. A little bit of the diddly idol for the boys in Cork. Trying to figure out the camera, it's just like, where is it? Evan says he lives by the train station. Nice. Sideshow Jeff says, have had any problems with the game crashing so far? I've seen a couple of other streamers lose their game halfway through a flight. I've been streaming this since 2100, so that's 5.5 hours, and I haven't reset or shut down the sim in the last 5.5 hours, and it's been non-stop flying and streaming at the same time. So no, it's as stable can be on my system anyway. Vic asks, do you live near Dublin? Well, not far from it, but not close, no. Sean says, can you fly over Manchester tomorrow and try and find the football stadium, Old Trafford? You gotcha. Colonel Fork says, the drone camera seems very powerful. Seems like a very powerful tool for screenshots and such. Yes. It's very good. Vic asks, is the GPU okay? Standby. 82%, running at 79 degrees. We're okay at the moment. Twitch. Ninja. We'll just call you Twitch Ninja because I couldn't see the rest of the name. But many thanks for the follow, dude. I really appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the stream. as we continue our gawk here at Cork City. Any of you guys are local from Cork, if you're able to make out some of the areas. Jamie C083 is here, just catching you up on your stream now. So there was still a bit of work to do with Shannon with taxiways and imagery. Is there a feedback portal built into the sim? No, but there's a very alert community. So I wouldn't worry too much. Matthew Moran is here. Good evening to you, Matthew. He says, can you fly over Mayo Westport, please? At this stage, Matthew, it'll probably be tomorrow, only because we kind of started in Donegal. We headed down the west coast. We're now on the south coast, obviously around Cork. But yeah, we'll have a look at Westport tomorrow, dude. Sean says, you're the best YouTuber. I hope you get like 10 million subs in the future. Well, now, Sean, I would like that too. But sure, we'll see. Twitch Ninja Shiper 1577. There we go. How did you get early access to the sim? So the lovely people at Microsoft reached out and gave me a final release key, just to showcase what I wanted to showcase here in Ireland. It's not a review. It's not the. It's not even a final impressions or first impressions. It's just me kind of showing you guys Ireland in the sim, and it's absolutely stunning. You know, it is what it is. You might say, oh, I don't like how they did that, or you might say, well, I really like how they did that, but it's kind of a no comment for me kind of setup. I think it looks insanely good. There's the airport behind us. If that didn't make you dizzy, I don't know what will. So we'll jump around here. Head roughly this direction. I just reappeared myself. Science. Anyone know Murphy Specs, says Paul. Good evening, Paul. Paul McLean is here. I have an i9 9900K processor. It runs at around 5 gigahertz. Evans 04111 is now following. Many thanks for the follow, Evans. I have an RTX 2080 Ti, and I have 64 gigs of RAM, and they run at a clock speed of about 3000 megahertz, I suppose. But yeah, so they be my specs. Now we're not going to do a landing in Cork because we need to keep it lit. But we will do a fly pass. Twitch Ninja says, just ordered a honeycomb yoke. Nice. Yeah, they're really cool, dude. Awesome. Sean Murray says, I'm worried to see how good New York looks. It looks good. It looks very, very good. Ben Wellham is here. Can you go to Cork? We're in Cork. Welcome to Cork. So as we look out our window here, this is just having a look down at Cork Airport. Again, it's not one of the handcrafted airports, but they've done a reasonable good job at it. The building layouts are somewhat correct. If you look down, you know, there's little vehicles driving around. There's no traffic running at the moment in terms of ground traffic for airlines or other airplanes, only because I'm having one or two very small issues on my machine with that. So we'll spin back over Cork City for one more flyover, and then we're going to head east. And we're going to go via the Dungarvan, heading over to Waterford. We can jump outside here again for this. I'll disappear in my mug here. Get your face out of the shot, man. Sparkling VR says, I would like to see this in VR, but not sure the frames are high enough at this point. Well, I will say they're currently working with HP, as in Microsoft and Asobo are working with HP with the new reverb. So they're actually developing that hardware along with this sim. So I think they're going to have you covered. Dream Not Found is here. As what are your opinion on this flight sim? I think it looks pretty nice. I think it looks amazing. I've never seen this level of detail or fidelity in a simulator in the history of flight simulators. As we're looking over Cork. And don't forget, guys, this is out of the box. This is like the absolute entry level. This is before any third-party developers or any members of the community start tweaking things. And it's before Microsoft start launching updates and, you know, bringing more places to life. I think it's absolutely phenomenal. I think that's Holly Hill, neck of the woods, and Knocknaheeny over that direction. Sideshow Jeff, do you think you'll still play X-Plane? Yeah, I will. Vic asks, have you got unlimited fuel? We don't. Bama9 is here. Specs, I keep needing to type it in. An i9 9900K processor, RTX 2080 Ti, and 64 gigs of RAM. Ross Keating says, you going all through the night? I hope so. Paul McLean says, I have an i5 4690 3.5 gigahertz and a GTX 1080. I may be in trouble with FPS. No, dude, I think you're going to be okay. Irish and Tired, there's a name I can relate to. I have the same CPU but a 1070 GPU. I should be good to go then. Yep, 100% dude, you will be fine. Jared Marshall is here. Has performance gotten any better from the beta? Yes, it has. Matthew Moran, what's your opinion of the game? I like it. I think it's beautiful. I think it's pretty much going to be a game changer. Now, Murph, we want to go direct to, and we want to go to clear that. India. Who said whiskey? No. So we'll put that into our Garmin 430 as we direct our aircraft to the south, because we want to intercept kind of Youghal and Dungarvan on our way. Twitch Ninja asks, what is your favourite aircraft to fly in the game? So far it's this, the Cessna 172 with the steam gauges. Roberto Rojas is here. Good evening to you. He says, OMG. Colin Fitz is here. He says, where are you at, bro? So we're just kind of north of Cork, and we're going to turn back south over Cork. From Cork, we're going to ramble over to Waterford, and then we're going to head up the east coast. So far so good. Roberta says, I need a simulator 2020. Oh yeah, we need it. Spark and VR says, I have the HP Reverb G2 on pre-order. Nice. That's going to be a fantastic headset. Sean J. Murray asks, can Xbox Series X players play with PC players? I'm not sure. I think it'd be awesome if they could, but I'm not sure. Irish and Tired says, we've come a long way since the 1980 Sims. The new Sim is a dream come true. It really, really is. Vic is asking, do you know if Munich has handcrafted airport? Unsure. Anyone know the ICAO of Munich? Is it EDDM? Baba 9 says, thanks, your rig is a beast. The only thing it doesn't do is make toast. But then again, I need to check on it because the temperatures get very hot. I think we're good. I think we're good. We'll pan out in the direction over Cove and Little Island to see what we can see. Colin Prendergast says, epic stream, well played, Murph. Cheers, dude. Colin Fitz, where are you flying to? So we're going to head over to Waterford next. We're pretty much just doing a lap of the island of Ireland. Jadis81, I hope over time, as more of the world is 3D rendered, it's added to the sim. Absolutely, I think it's going to be. It's only a matter of time before they add in more areas. So, yeah, stay with it, man. It's definitely going to get added. Right, now, how does one navigate around these parts? Little Island, I think it is. And we have photo wildlife up here. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And then further south here, this would be Cove. And it would be Spike Island. So yeah, we'll ramble this way. We're going the right direction. Sean J. Murray, how long would it take from Cork to Manchester in this aircraft? An hour, a little bit more, maybe 2.5 hours. Bill Barrett is here. Good evening to you, Bill. Many thanks for joining us. He says, hey, Two-Tone. I hope you're keeping well, Bill. Many thanks for catching the live stream. Go to Sligo. We came from Sligo, dude. But we might have another look at Sligo tomorrow. So this neck of the woods down here, this be Cove, and Cove is really nice. The Titanic docked in here on its fateful journey. There's a bit of history for you lads. And then this small little island here is Hull Bowling. That's home of the Irish Naval Service, or the Irish Navy. The island behind it is known as Spike Island. It's been a prison, it's been a fort, it's been a lot of things. Great history. Now what is interesting here, for the areas that aren't, you know, if they're not hand modelled or hand crafted, they're very similar and comparable to what X-Europe does over in X-Plane, whereby it's reading roughly the, you know, the heights and dimensions of the buildings, and it tries to locate them in the correct area. So you're getting the layout of Spike, even though, you know, they're not buildings as such, they're like more walls. And if you look down on Hull Bowling, it's, well, yeah. But it is mapping the buildings. And the same at Cove. So it's doing a pretty good job, I have to say. So from here, we head east. Colin asks, is Wexford on the way? It surely is. Paul McLean says, I'm from Kerry. Good stuff. Go on the kingdom. They could make a USB powered toaster. Vic says, when you arrive in Dublin, I'm a head out. Cool. Irish Entire says, I think Frankfurt is the only handcrafted German airport. I think so. Andrew Noble says, do you think a 1050 Ti quad-core processor, 16 gig of RAM be any good? Yeah, I think it'll be good. Can you fly over Fota? I think we kind of did. So if here's Cove and there'll be Fota over here. Now it's not going to look as well until we get back over there, but yeah, no, Fota's there. No animals there though. Not sure about the 1050. If it's a 1050 Ti, I think it'll hold it. Paul McLean says the Titanic docked there. Yeah, that was good luck. Bill Barrett, been enjoying your stuff since you started, except that city building stuff. Not too much into that. Yeah, I gave City Skylines a go, and I tried Truck Sim as well. As I always said, keep scratching around the edges, you'll eventually get into the centre. But I'm really liking this sim. So I've no real plans on changing things for a little while. So as we're leaving Cork, we're going to handrail the coast going back up there. So we'll see Youghal and then Dungarvan. Vanilla Gorilla, good evening. Could you go through Clonmel and check out the Rock of Cashel? Probably won't get to it this evening, but that's definitely something I'm going to do tomorrow. Vic says, do you have orange glasses for eye protection, and if so, does it make your eyes less tired? Yes and yes, so I don't actually wear glasses. These are... I don't know what the name is. They came with my chair. And you probably see the sunburn I got. I've panda eyes. But yeah, they came with my chair, and they're these like anti-glare glasses. So yeah, they work. As in, it's nearly 3 AM and the eyes are still working. Davin Crawford says, do we plan on going all the way up tonight, Two-Tone? I think I might have to crawl up the stairs after any longer. Worth every second, but yeah, that's the plan. I don't know how much I'm going to regret it, but that's certainly the plan. We're going to try and make it all the way back up and around. A heck of a stream. Sure, we'll see how we go. Hey, Tress is here. And asking the question over on Twitch, how'd some folks get the game early? Well, I've been part of the alpha and the beta, and Microsoft reached out to me and provided me with a final release key. This is in no way a review or any kind of final opinion. I was just really excited to show off the island of Ireland. I didn't see it getting a whole lot of love from the other YouTubers or streamers, only because, well, they have their own stuff to show. So I thought to myself, if there was ever an opportunity to show off Ireland, give us a shot. And well, that's why we're here this evening. So I do hope you guys are enjoying. Many thanks for joining me here tonight. So Bill asks, so now that I'm on a live stream, what is the origin of your screen name? So Two-Tone. Well, Murphy is my surname. Two-Tone is funny. Well, it's not that funny. Back in the day, I used to play toy soldiers. It'd be like the Reserve Defence Forces, or, you know, Territorial Army or National Guard. Anyway, we used to go on manoeuvres and whatnot during the summertime. And I'm fair-skinned and fair-haired. So I'd be like a pig, as in my skin just burns. Like, someone only has to talk about sunshine and I'll start getting burnt. Anyway, with your uniform you have a beret. That's in like a cap. And this one particular summer, and your shirt is like to your arms as well. Anyway, I got burnt, absolutely scalded. And we were out swimming that night down in the Curragh. And all the Cork lads thought this was hilarious because I looked like the Cork mascot, and the Cork colours are red and white. Thus, I was red and white, and they came up with the nickname. You're very Toton, Murphy, aren't you? Hi, you're very Toton, and it stuck. And for all the names to stick, that stuck. And then a few of my buddies started calling me Gunner Two-Tone, and then so on and so forth. So it kind of stuck. So Two-Tone, be it me, and Murphy, well, my surname is Murphy, so Two-Tone Murphy. Why not? But it's mainly because I looked like a Cork flag, red and white, thanks to my sunburn. Vic says, I'm proud that there's at least a streamer showing the beauty of Ireland. Well, thanks, dude. I suspect after tonight there'll be a whole lot more people showing it off because it looks very, very nice indeed. Those are kind of creeping up the coast here. We're very close to Youghal and Dungarvan neck of the woods. Open up our little map here. Oh. So let me see, Cork, Youghal, Dungarvan. Yeah, very close. So we'll keep an eye out here for those of you who want to check out the beautiful south coast. Streamfly says, how would I get them to contact me? It's kind of a double-edged sword. You kind of need to be chasing them up a little bit as well. But fear not, dude. You've less than 48 hours now for the actual official release, so all should be well. Bill asks, not being Irish, does Ireland look like this? In this weather, yes. Usually we have a lot more cloud and rain happening, but this is accurate.
Hey, good morning.
Open Your Throat is now following over on Twitch. Many thanks for the follow. Interesting screen name.
Hey, good morning.
Try to explain the origin of that. Streamflight is now following on Twitch as well. Thanks a million, guys. I really appreciate it. All the follows and subscribes tonight. It's been nuts.
Hey, good morning.
And they're all coming now. Kevin Kutso or Suso. We'll go with Suso. Many thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Dungarvan. How's your old map navigations here, Murph? Dungarvan is here, I thought. This would be Youghal kind of thing? Or is Dungarvan by...
Hey, good morning.
Let's check it out here. Jadis81 is now following. Many thanks for the follow, guys. I really do appreciate it. Hang on here now, we try and find Dungarvan on the map. Do. That is Dungarvan. Okay, we need to spin in here. Autopilot off. Ramble in. Not too much. Jenny Macaroni will fall out the window.
Hey, good morning.
Samuel Dye has just subscribed. Many thanks, Samuel. I really appreciate it, guys. Fair play to you. Right, so we need to have a kind of a sneaky peek here at Dungarvan, just to see
Hey, good morning.
what sort of love it got. Break Beats is now following. Many thanks, Break Beats. You're very welcome to the channel. Hope you guys are enjoying the content this evening. So we'll watch our speed here as we get down a little bit lower. So in terms of the layout of the buildings, I think it looks okay. Not being Irish today, you won't get them to do anything, you'll have to buy and play it Tuesday. At this stage, yes, I would think so. We need to go this side. So, I think this is Dungarvan. I'm fairly sure it is, but I could be wrong. It happened once before that I was wrong, just once. There is a good shot of detail down there. That water looks amazing, doesn't it? We go low and slow. It's the mesh that has me blown away. It's how well it renders all the different areas. Awesome. We've got a nice golf course down there. Got plenty of houses. Okay, resume OM navigation, or own navigation rather than saying OM, because just, yeah, that didn't work out well. Anyway, back to our autopilot. We shall go now to autopilot mode. Autopilot mode, we'll go to heading, we'll go to altitude, and we're going to go up the way to 2200. Go ahead and arm that. Let's go 500 feet per minute. And we continue on. Paul McLean says, I'm like most Irish people, too good looking for your own good. Why is no one talking? Ross says, will the whole stream be uploaded after? It should do, or it could be done in multiple parts. We'll see how it all works out. Demand Man is here. If I buy the game now, can I play it? No, you'll have to wait until Tuesday the 18th, just 2 days away. Davin says, what time on the 18th will it be out for us in Ireland? Although, keep in mind, Donegal is in fact 48 years behind the rest of Ireland. I was up there, man. It was nice, you know. At no moment in time did I think Donegal was in the past. It was beautiful. Let's see. I hate that. I won't be buying if they let so many specials get it first. Demand Man says, I hate that. I won't be buying it if they let so many specials get it first. Well, it depends, man. Like, I mean, if you have a product like this, and if there's people able to show it off for what it is, and not, like, there's no one reviewing it, you know, there's no one saying, oh, you have to get it because, or you shouldn't get it because I'm just streaming here because I want to have a look at Ireland. I mean, that's what it is, you know. But yeah, like, each to their own, man, you know. Gio Foso asks, at Tom Murphy, how do you enjoy the simulator? I enjoy it. I think it's great. Yeah, super. New watcher from Texas here. Well, greetings from Ireland and greetings to Texas. You're very welcome. Thanks for joining us. I'm having a blast with this thing, guys. You know, it's absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. Paul McLean asks, when is the time of day on the 18th for release? I think midnight. Yeah, I think it's midnight. We could be wrong on that, but I think it's midnight. I hope it's midnight. Sean Campion is here. Streamfly says, I really like how the sim is helping me find small creators who are better than the big ones. Ah, thanks, dude. Ah, Stephen Nugent said that was y'all. Ah, Stephen Nugent. Have we made a blunder? Was it y'all? Oh, it was too, look. Ah, God. God. Dungarvan is next. Although, fair play to you, Stephen. Only for you now. The people in Dungarvan would have been biblically upset over that blunder. Ah, yeah, there's Dungarvan in the background. That's, yeah. Yeah. Streamfly, yeah, it's talk about your smaller streamers. Like, you can see it here, guys. Like, we've gone from like 30 odd followers on Twitch to about, I don't know how many's there tonight, maybe 60, and on YouTube there was like 670 subscribers to like 700 and odd. Like, it's relatively small, but I will say this: imagine if we all came around for dinner. Where would we fit then? It'd be a fairly big crowd then, I say. So yes, you have your streamers who have your 700,000 or your 70,000 or even 7,000, and hats off to them, because they have really good content and they know what they're doing. Me? Nah. It's all about having a good time. Nice, chilled, relaxed, having a yap as we fly up towards the real Dungarvan, Stephen, and not y'all back the road. Are you from y'all neck of the woods? I know people from y'all. They're lovely people. Midnight Monday or Tuesday? I would say midnight Monday, yes. Geoforger says, having a Smittix here watching this, I approve. Streamflight, are you taking requests at the moment? Yeah, blast it in, we see what we can do. Breakbeat says, glad Ireland looks good in this. It really does. Is the SteelSeries headband feel better than the Arctis 7, and what does it feel like? Not quite sure. It's a very comfortable headset. This is the wired version. You can get the wireless version. I think the sound quality in this gadget is absolutely amazing. Like, it goes up to 92,000 hertz or something. It's stunningly good. Vic asks, is there a plane that can land on water? There is. Paul McLean says, good, I can start the 8-hour download before I go to work. Nice. Shame they don't let us download it now when it's ready. The servers are going to be maxed. I think they'll figure it out. So we have a bumpy ride coming into Dungarvan here. The real Dungarvan this time. So we'll throttle down and let's swoop in for a closer look. Don't worry, we're going to be heading up to Dublin shortly enough. We have a gawk here now at Dungarvan. And I have to say it looks decent. Try and jump out here. PPC 111 just subscribed. Many thanks, dude. I really appreciate it, guys. And that be Dungarvan. Onion 1040 is now following. Many thanks, dude. You're very welcome to the channel, and I hope you guys are all enjoying the stream here tonight. Yes, it's all happening now. WAF 11 is also here. Many thanks for the follow, dude. It's been a night of notifications. The hey good buddy fella is going to be hoarse. He won't be able to talk. But it's all good. So we'll get ourselves back on course here. We're going to head kind of east. We'll go autopilot on, back to nav mode. Altitude looking good. We're going to go to VS 2200. Go ahead and arm that. And VS back up to 500. Should be actually heading mode, shouldn't it? There we go. Oh, catch up on the chat. Streamflight says, how are you streaming on both YouTube and Twitch? Restream.io. Paul McLean said he has the processing power. His system is above and beyond all of us. We are mere mortals. Restream, yes, you could, of course. Streamflight, you can use Restream. Sean Campion, don't want to use processing power of zero. Dying to see Dublin Airport. Kieran Brennan is here. Good evening, Kieran. We'll definitely have a look. Cheers from Santa Barbara, California. Cheers to you. Hope you guys are keeping well. Santa Barbara. What a place. What an area. Mr. Penguin X1. Good evening to you. He's over on Twitch. Fly into me house. Where's your house, Jim? We'll have a look. Yeah, so the download, depending on your internet speed, guys, I would allow anywhere from kind of 6 to 9 hours to download this. Can you play this without a keyboard? Asked Kieran. Yeah. So you can use any sort of flight hardware peripheral, be it a joystick or a yoke, or you can use an Xbox One controller. It'll work just fine. Bill Barrett says, Flight Deck to Sim had 4,000 viewers last night. Incredible. Dude, 4,000 viewers. Yeesh. Paul McLean says, I think you can fly with the mouse, but you need a keyboard. You do need a keyboard, but you can pretty much fly this with, whatchamacallit? You can fly this with an Xbox One controller. What's the old climb rate there, Murph? We're very close to landing now at the Waterford. Get ourselves lined up here. Rebecca Carney is here. Good evening to you. Something to aspire to. At Strategist is here. Many thanks for the follow. I can't swing a cat around here, Rebecca. Andrew Noble says, I can say I have seen Ireland from the air. You surely have. And it looks stunning. We'll go to the window view here as we sneak up along the south coast. Rebecca says, I say the cat loves that. Paul, fingers crossed we all have a good enough systems. Yeah, let's see what happens. Is an Xbox controller useless? I haven't tried it with a standard Xbox controller, be it the 360 one, but I think an Xbox One controller will work fine. Kieran asks, what does the Aviva and Croker look like? You'll see now in a bit. Paul McLean, I need a new PC too, Sean. No go. Well, Vic asks, is this Waterford? Nearly, we're nearly there. Randy Jones said, would love if you would take the next leg in an SR22. Well, Randy, because you said it so nicely, we're going to do that. We'll land in our Cessna 172 and then we'll take off in a Cirrus SR22. Why not? Now, for views, we'll have a big wing in the way, but we'll figure that out as we go along. Andrew says, what great VFR we'll be able to do. Oh, 100%. Irish and Tired says, I hope FS Labs don't take long to convert the Airbus. Streamflight, where do you go? Basecam. Oh. Rebecca says, it's after 3 AM and you haven't even fed the cat. The poor old cat. Wafa 11 says, I can't wait for this. Vic says, guys, let's appreciate the chat. It's not spammed in like 3 months. He can't read chat that much anymore. Actually, we'll give it a shot. Alex, the strategist, has subscribed. You're very welcome, Alex. It's only Sunday tomorrow, says Paul. Jump says, go Dublin.
Hey, good morning.
Patrick Strang has subscribed. I can't even talk anymore. It's like that. I'm saying such and such has subscribed. Listen all, thank you very much for subscribing to the channel and for your follows. Really appreciate it. Matthew Moran is here. Where are you in Ireland? We're sneaking across the south coast and we're very, very close to Waterford. In actual fact, Waterford Airport is literally over here, in which we're going to do a full stop landing.
Hey, good morning.
No Beta is now following over on the Twitch. Many thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Uh, 360 and Xbox One have the same button layout, so it should be fine. Cool. Bill says, by the way, I'm about 30 minutes from KSNA, which is John Wayne Airport. Sweet. Paul is asking, what type of controller are you using? So I have the... Sorry, Jerry, I've been... We're nearly there, Jerry. What type of controller? I have the Thrustmaster HOTAS Warthog and the Thrustmaster TPR pedals. So it's a big joystick and throttle quadrant and rudder pedals. All made of metal and really heavy and kind of expensive, but it's really good. Alex says, your YouTube chat is very delayed, by the way. Yeah. Is it Flafleur? The clouds and illumination on the new sim is fantastic. Really, really is. It looks awesome. Okay, autopilot coming off, and we're going to try and land this machine down into Waterford Airport. For which I wasn't really planning on landing in Waterford, but we're going to swap it into the SR22. We'll probably get similar performance out of it anyway. So as we continue on our approach here, bring our throttles back just a bit. We can start a descent. So we'll use the sand dunes ahead of us. They're our visual marker, and then the airport should be just located over here somewhere. So quick check, our landing light is on, fuel tank is selected to both. Got plenty of gas left in this anyway. There to be Waterford Airport. There's the runway. Our speed is a little bit hot. So far so good. The detail in the water is absolutely fantastic, and the waves adjust to the wind conditions, which is super amazing. So bleed off some of our speed here. As we want to slow the aircraft down to about 85 knots. We're then in the safe arc to deploy some flaps, which will allow us achieve a much slower speed without stalling the aircraft and hitting the deck. Streamflight says, Restream looks easy to use. I might try it on release day. Yeah, give it a shot, man. I wasn't quite sure, was I going to go with Twitch or with YouTube, and I kind of did both. And with Restream, it's helped me. Like it's designed, I think, primarily for the the smaller guys to get some sort of Give them some sort of a chance. Just to get discovered, I suppose. Like, YouTube is always going to be good for discovery because, well, we've all been victim of, you know, staying up to whatever time going through YouTube videos. The next thing, oh, I'll watch this. And suddenly then it's like, you know, 3:25 in the morning and you're still watching it. Twitch, not so much. Derby Fully Loaded asks, what happens if you crash? I cry. And I get very upset. But there's no damage modelling, visual damage modelling. The aircraft does suffer failures and engine stress and aircraft stress. So, we shall see. We are a little bit high because I wasn't really concentrating. So let's see if we can recover this landing rather than going around, shall we? So we're a little bit fast and we're a little bit high, but I reckon we'll figure it out. Too fast for flaps, but I reckon we can start bringing them in right about now. There's the first notch of flaps coming down. And a second notch of flaps. And there's our speed down to about 70, so we're pretty much okay now. We want to aim for the center line. So always a tip for you, get yourself lined up at the start of the runway, and as soon as you have that done, eyes to the end of the runway, and that'll really help you. So we're over the numbers, throttle to idle, keep the nose up, let the speed bleed off, we'll eventually hit the stall. There's the back wheels down, front wheels down. Nice. Welcome to the County Waterford. Go ahead, bring our flaps back in. We can exit here on this taxiway. We have some nice planes here on the ramp. Nice. Does the game use ray tracing? I don't think so. So again, another default airport, which is Waterford, but it's pretty much on the ball here. Building textures are slightly off, but certainly the layout of the buildings are absolutely spot on. Here's a dude. We'll direct ourselves to this dude. Exactly, do you want us to go? Straight in. So go ahead, put our parking brake on. And we'll jump down here now and go for landing lights off, taxi lights, strobes off. Avionics can now come off. Cutter mixture. Engines off. Super. Go ahead and get our mags turned off. Fuel shut off valve. Off one of our tanks. And battery off. Super duper. All right. We're making progress. Where are we here, Murph? There we are. There's our plane. Jump out this way. And we're here in the county of the Waterford, as we're pressing all sorts of buttons. Sweet. Patrick Strang is here. You should try ESCN. Well, we'll give it a shot someday. Do a transatlantic to Montreal. Only a few flight hours in real life. Looks like a few more than that. Great tips as well. Nicely done. Thanks very much, dude. Don't kill the dude. It came close, right? During a storm. I wonder, will GSX be unnecessary now? Maybe not. Okay, we are going to keep this show on the road. We'll go back to our main menu. So what do you guys think so far? Okay, world map. And we're going to change our aeroplane. We're going to go for the Cirrus SR-22. Here somewhere. Diamond. Cirrus SR-22. Jump into that one. ATC options, November 235 Romeo Mike, like that. Liveries, I believe it's only the one. Yes, only the one livery at the moment, which is fine. So we're in the Echo India Whiskey Foxtrot. Waterford. That as departure. So let's zoom in here. We'll do a cold and dark start. Set as departure. So what we want to do, arrival airport is going to be no. Dublin. I want to go via the Newcastle. Add. Once we get up from Newcastle, we'll kind of manually fly it around Baldonnel and up across as well. So let us see, time of day, might go a little bit later in the day, around the 3 o'clock mark. And we're going to go for scattered clouds on this one, just to make it look a little bit different. August 15th is grand. Leave our traffic off because I was having a few small little issues with that. There's no avgas. Now, speaking of avgas, we need to check our weight and balance here, because full tanks of fuel. What we want. Hit the fly button. So this should load up our flight plan. This is the best example of what it's really going to be like on release that I've seen. It's more keen. I'm more keen now than ever after watching the stream. Thanks very much for the kind words, dude. Retromaniac says, I'm going with Game Pass until I get more money together for the premium edition. Yeah, always safe to do that. Irish and Tired says, it was a shocker to see Donegal Airport as one of the 30 hand-finished airports. Yeah. But it is the best, or the most scenic approach, funny enough, is Donegal. Paul McLean says, basic version for me, can you update later? I think so, yes. NPC767 is here. Randy Jones says, you're truly doing an amazing job hosting this stream. Well, thanks very much, Randy. Really appreciate it, dude. I hope you guys are enjoying it. NPC says, Ennis by any chance? Maybe tomorrow at this stage, NPC. We did fly down from, we went over the cliffs of Moher earlier on, down into Shannon. So yeah. So what we're going to do, I'm going to play a bit of music and take about 2.5 minutes because I need to refill my drink. So if we go for this one and then this one, I'll be right back to you. Alrighty then. So we're back. Ready to fly. Okay, so we got to set up some views and stuff on this machine here first. Yes, let's see. We have these dials to worry about as well, so about there works for me. And then we want to move in there. 2. Oh. We'll jump down here. Need to get at the autopilot and stuff. That'll be here. And then we'll have a view out the wing. Yep. Like doing that joke where he pretends to walk down the stairs but isn't really walking down the stairs. You know them guys, don't you? Let's see now. We'll jump back here. Kind of get like a... There's the parachute gadget. Keep that one safe. And we have a dashboard cam. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Grand. Okay, so our views set up. Is this thing actually going to work? Enough. Okay. That's probably a good thing. Considering the last time I had to use it, Okay. Let's see how this all works out, shall we? Haven't flown this one yet. So, battery on. Battery 2 can come on. Nav lights on. Instrument lights, yeah, they're good. Panel lights, glare shield lights, right, they're all okay. Caution alerts, clear them. Pitot heat is off. We have life, all right. It'll either be Johnny or Janie or Jackie or Jimmy. It looks like Johnny. So, let's have a look outside at this beautiful machine. Isn't that absolutely fantastic looking? Abraham Lincoln is in the chat. Good evening to you. Is this the new Flight Sim 2020? Yes, it is. This is the new Flight Sim 2020, and we are only delighted that we have it. Microsoft have been very kind to issue me with this release key. Just as a caveat, this is not a review. This is just me hopping in the sim to show you guys what Ireland looks like. This is going to be fun. We'll probably have to half go on the grass here.
Hey, good buddy.
Hey, good buddy from Keith O'Brien has just subscribed. Many thanks, Keith. Yeah, that push will do. Go ahead, turn on our parking brake. How do I mention some last? Have a quick look here before we go. Just make sure the chat is up to date. It's a premium plane, correct? I think this is on the premium deluxe. I think. Vic, how do you put in automatic weather? You just select it from the menu up on the top here, Vic. So you go into here, you can go to weather, and then you can put in either live weather or preset. I've gone to preset just to see what we can see. Spectacular, thank you so much, says Randy Jones. You're more than welcome, Randy. Which version of FS 2020 did they let you try out, Murphy asked Paul. This is the Premium Deluxe. The real fancy one. John was asking, are you able to go to Dublin? We're going to be heading up that neck of the woods now. And Abraham Lincoln says, you should go to Mount Everest. Can you try nighttime out for me? We can stream flight. We'll do it briefly here. Because flying at nighttime, you're not going to get to see much scenery. So if we try nighttime here, bear with me now. Oh yeah, if you guys have only come into the stream and you haven't seen what this thing is capable of, wait till you see this. So, time of day. Let's just kind of make it golden hour. Like 20 past 8 in the evening, golden hour. Look at the state of that view. I have my mush here so you can appreciate it. It's almost biblical, right? Let's see now. Breeze BTW, let's go 800 subs. Let's go. I like the cut of your jib. Yes. Looks like Calibo says, don't head straight to Baldonnel from Newcastle, fly up the coast to Greystones, Brayhead and Bray, seeing as we had no air show this year. No hassle, dude, that's what we'll do. Chippy says, is there a better looking sim on the market? I don't think so, he says. Can you fly over Wexford, please, at some point? That would be amazing. I didn't just sneeze just now. The game is very realistic for a game the size of our own Earth. Absolutely is. Many thanks for the subscribe. I hope you're enjoying the stream tonight. As Paul says, it's a pretty looking sim. Each to their own, Paul. Each to their own. But yes, so nighttime, you want to see nighttime, so that's dusk or sunset. So go into the nighttime. Shugunk. We have nighttime ambience. We kind of now pan the camera around, looking out over to Waterford. All different sound effects at nighttime. Crickets and stuff happening. Have our rotating beacon from the airport there. Great spill lights as well, and even the depth of field you get from the night lighting, it's a thing to behold. You can kind of see the illumination from the ground lights up onto the clouds. Looks fantastic. Scotty Bob says, good night or good morning, Murph. So glad I found your stream. Had a great time. Thank you for the stream. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Scotty Bob, thanks a million for joining me here tonight. I hope you liked it. We'll probably be back on tomorrow anyway with more streams. We're going to do a whole load of stuff with this sim. Chippy says, is it Tuesday yet? Afraid not. Okay, let's get the show on the road. So we'll go back to about there. Until we find our little airplane. Why isn't that button working? Okay. Just thinking about doing something. Okay, so we need to get this machine up and running and flying. So we have our batteries on. I'm back. Alternator there, all okay. So we need to go down here to our fuel. Left tank is selected. We have a throttle. We have a mixture. That's all good to me. And so we can prime. Just off. Fuel in. That should drain off as we keep a looking at. 0 PSI. Get our keys started here. 1, 2, 3. And we go for a start. We have a good start in the engine. That'll do us. Alternators 1 and 2 can come on. Avionics are going to come alive. We have our flight plan dialed in. Pitot heat we don't need, but we'll just put it on just in case. All our lights are on that we need. Go ahead and set our initial altitude here. Where's the altitude hiding at? Down here. We're going to go for 2,500 feet. Everything should be Rosie on this side. Paul is away. Many thanks for joining us here tonight, Paul. Fair play to you. Can't wait for this on VR. Yeah, the HP Reverb G2 I have pre-ordered. Need to pre-order a 3080 Ti ASAP. Wow, that's going to be amazing. Now time will just have to go by itself, right? Oh yeah, you can change the time by yourself. What route do you plan to fly now? So we're going to head from Waterford up over Newcastle on up past Bray into Dublin. Fly around to Dublin, a couple of airports. You have Baldonnel, Weston and Dublin Airport itself. We're going to land in Dublin and then we're going to head on up to the north. Irish and Tired, when's been released. The G2 is due for, I think, September, guys, I think. Got to duck out for a bit, says Boofle. Many thanks, dude. Stream flight is heading away as well. Have a safe flight. Many thanks. Guys, thanks so much for joining me here tonight. And if you're sticking around, well, sure do stick around as we get our park and break off. We ramble on out of Waterford. So I'm only thinking now, but if I look at the stream time, I've been at this 3 and 4, that's like a 7-hour stream. So what I'm thinking of doing, I might just ramble up to Dublin and we might call it a night in Dublin because it gives us something to look forward to tomorrow. Because there's no point cutting it short because I know you guys are looking to see other airfields and stuff around Ireland, plus other features of the sim. So that's what I might do. If there's no objections, we're going to head to Dublin and we'll do a full stop landing in Dublin. Then we shall look for some shut-eye for a few hours and jump back on tomorrow. That's the plan. Colin Prendergast says, great serious sound. It does sound pretty sweet, yeah. It sounds good. So as we ramble up here off the ramp in Waterford, get ourselves out onto the runway. Landing lights are on, strobes, all that good stuff is all set. Quick control test to make sure it's all working, which it is. Sounds pretty good. But what we'll do for Derry, because we probably wrecked his head all night, when I finish in Dublin, we'll go straight to Derry just to show you Derry. And then it's a night. Rafum O'Brien is here. He says, please fly the 787 after this flight. Let's be honest, we won't be sleeping. Bill says, I object. Yeah, we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. I could get a second wind. And all, out of nowhere it'll be like, so it's 12 o'clock on Wednesday. That could happen. Poor old Jerry's been hanging on with us all night since around 9 o'clock. And all he wanted to see was Derry. We dragged him into the wee hours of the morning. And then I had the audacity to say, and we'll go to Derry tomorrow. We would have had one very unhappy Jerry. Okay, get ourselves turned around here. Bit of oomph. Like playing Civ, just one more stream. Okay, so mixture set to rich. 1 notch of flaps. Double check that, that's all okay. Transponder, nearly forgot you. So hands, PFPD, CDI, onto altitude reporting, hit back. Okay, now we're looking good. Okay, you guys ready? You sure? Ready? I'm ready. Okay. And they're off. Power set. Airspeed is alive. There's 50 knots. 55, we're getting light. There's 60 knots. A little bit giddy on our takeoff. Up you get, you devil. And we're airborne. A decent climb out. Want to get above them trees. Flaps coming back in. Little bit bumpy. We're at 400 feet. Get ourselves trimmed out here as best we can. We'll hop down here to our autopilot.
Engaging autopilot.
Turn our heading on. Vertical speed. And we're going to nose up here. At about 600 feet per minute. Alrighty. Bill says, just curious, what do you do for a living? I work in transport. I drive a desk. It's a trucking company. And it is great fun. Colin Pendergrass says, hometown. Derry is your hometown. Fantastic. Chippy says, wait, where's my nearest exit? There isn't a safety card in the pocket in front of me. Randy Jones says, I love this plane. MSFS doesn't disappoint. Every time I fly, I think of air crash investigation. Don't know if the show plays in your countries, but it's an interesting show. Yeah, we've all seen that, dude. Good show. When does the trolley service start? About 10 to. Laurie, 44444 is here. Sup, Laurie. Thanks for joining us here tonight in the stream. Will not want to be on that show. At least Bing Maps is finally getting used by someone. Eyes right, Murph. Lovely view of the coast. Man, Colin, see the way we'll be messing it all out now without him. Yes, we'll do one better. So we'll do this. And we'll get some music for our departure here. Cool. So, back in our plane, we're doing about 170 odd knots, absolutely booting it. As we're approaching Wexford here, right over on the southeast coast of Ireland. Laurie asks, can I see Dublin Airport? Yes. We're going to head up to Dublin momentarily. Look at the reflections on the props, that's awesome. Chippy says, if I win the lottery, I'm getting an SR22. Oh yeah. These things are awesome. Plenty of bumps along the way. Rob is here. He says hi from Nashville. Let's try that again, Rob. Rob is here. He says hi from Nashville, Tennessee. Good evening to you, Rob. Laurie asks, yoke or joystick? This is a joystick. I use the Thrustmaster Hotas Warthog along with the throttle quadrant, and I use the Thrustmaster TPR pedals, as we have the Wexford town just over here. So we're going to do a left bank. Yep. Don't zoom out. We follow on our heading bug. Bree says, did you fly over our Hook Lighthouse? It should be off our right wing. It should be down here. Yeah, it's down there. I think it's one of those POIs that need to be added. Those are flying over Wexford here. I forget the name of it, but there's a big hotel on this side as you come in. There's like a round tower up here. You come up over the bridge. There's a big hotel down there. And then you head into Wexford itself. Further up the Slaney, then you come across into New Ross. But Wexford is looking sweet. Randy Jones says, thanks Murph. No problem at all, Randy. My pleasure, dude. I can't wait for all you guys to finally play this. Because whatever your normal life is, it'll be put on hold. So our plan now is we're just going to sneak up along the coast here. That's our mission. As we absolutely boot it on up the way. Ah, Colin says it's the Ferry Carrick Hotel. Correct and right. Laurie says, I'm going to Cork for my flight school. Sweet! Chippy says, it literally looks real. Alan says, amazing, just saw my parents' house. Sweet, dude. Chippy says, I've booked Wednesday, Thursday and Friday off work. Nice. Klebos, the clouds and lighting are just incredible. They really are. Rob says, I pre-ordered MSFS today. Tuesday can't come soon enough. I know, right? And John Doe says, my family are originally from Wexford. Nice. We're doing well. We're making good time. As we leave Wexford behind us, we'll come on up the coast. We'll be passing by the likes of Gorey, Arklow. Then we're going to Wicklow. We'll have Rathnew, Newtown Mount Kennedy, Newcastle. All that neck of the woods. Don't forget, guys, if you're new here to the channel, be it on Twitch or YouTube, if you like what you see, I'd be very grateful for a like, subscribe and or follow. My intention obviously is to stream the bejeenie out of this for the next couple of weeks, and for, well, as however long as you guys stay interested, I suppose. A lot of my content up until now has been primarily over on X-Plane, and I've no intention of shelving that product or platform anytime soon. But as all the hype and exploration comes with Microsoft Flight Sim, we will be spending quite a bit of time in here. But when you see the shadows there with the clouds, it just looks stunning, doesn't it? Even the rays you get from the sun coming out there, absolutely beautiful. Irish Entire says Microsoft servers are going to get a workout. They're absolutely going to be totally worked out. Colin Prendergast says Sugarloaf, yeah, we got to have a look at that on the way. Azure is going to get stress tested. Oh god, yeah. Colonel Fork 85, as I cough to myself, he says, would you ever consider flying over the beaches of Normandy? Absolutely. That's definitely on our to-do list. Beaches of Normandy. I want to head down over the Ardennes Forest, tip into Holland, Belgium, into Germany itself, head down south, Monaco, down by the French Riviera, tip across into Italy, definitely going to do Rome, Spain, Portugal, the whole shebang. Bree says, I've been looking for somebody who actually shows Ireland, and thank God I found you. Well, I'm glad you found me too. It's great having you here. Colin says, you're still on takeoff. Shh. They didn't realise, Colin. We were going for full power. We'll bring it back just a touch. But we were making some savage time there, as we have more activities from the wind farms. And I like the modelling they used. And I get our mixture right. Battery A is right in the middle. Outside temperature, oil, fuel flow, 83% power. Yeah, we're good. All is well. Irish and Tired says Innsbruck is a must. Oh yeah, definitely. Vic is asking, what type of material is your Steel Series headband? It's well, like it's steel. It's steel, and then it has this kind of a bungee type springy thing in it. But they're very comfortable, and their sound is phenomenal. Look at the reflections there. Look, absolutely fantastic. Colonel Fork says, once there's a C-47 or a DC-3, I'd like to recreate the flight paths done to drop the paratroopers on D-Day. I absolutely agree with that. That would be absolutely fantastic to do. And yeah, hopefully it won't be too long before we get a DC-3 or C-47 in the sim. Pretty sure Milviz are working on a number of World War II aircraft to release into the sim. Chippy says, my first flight is going to be from Queenstown, New Zealand. Was there in February and fell in love with the country. Chippy, did you go to Fergburger? And what was the other pub? I think it's 1950s or 1757 or 1957. Great pub. Queenstown rocks. Amazing place. Sean Campion says they put wind farms in. No way. Way. Kieran Brennan, can you be ATC in the multiplayer? You can with VATSIM. I don't know if you can with the normal multiplayer, but I suppose you could, yeah. I suppose you could. John Doe says, my great-grandfather is famous in Wexford, one of the Redmonds. Sweet. Chippy says, oh my god, the queues at Fergburger. Their ice creams are the best too. Absolutely amazing ice cream. Rob says, this looks amazing, man. It really does, Rob, doesn't it? Absolutely fantastic. As we ramble on up the coast here. It's looking pretty. From our glorious reflections. That scene there is really nice, says Irish and Tired. It looks the job, guys. Might jump outside again. In this view. Here we go. Hide my mush for a few minutes. Helmut Electric has just subscribed. Many thanks for the subscription, dude. I really appreciate it. So we're flying up here the east coast of Ireland. We took off from Waterford. We flew over Wexford. And our destination is going to be in and around Dublin. We're going to be passing by Newcastle. Then we're going to go by Bray. Have a look around Baldonnel and Weston. We're going to go for a landing out in Dublin. And then we're going to jump on over to Derry. Dick says, are we there yet? Not just yet. Cole the Prophet is here on Twitch. Good evening to you. He said, is it hold space to look around or right click and hold? So you have 3 different types of cameras. You have obviously cockpit, free mode, in exterior, and then the drone camera. Now I'm still trying to get used to everything. I have bounded keys or binded keys whereby I can kind of manipulate the controls like this. I was watching the other guys today, Cat Strader, Squirrel, Chewy, and I think they were using like an Xbox controller to work the views. Which looks, you know, a lot easier. But I'll be stubborn in my ways. I think I can roll the camera, look. So it is a very powerful camera system. Once you've figured out how to use it. So something like that looks decent. Blue Fire Eagle is here and he's following over on Twitch. Good evening to you, sir. I hope you're keeping well. He says, bro, can I ask a favour? You surely can. Rob says, can you show more side window views? Of course we can. We go for the glorious wingtip view. John Campion says, I saw them using an Xbox controller today. It seemed like a good idea. It really did. Blue Fire Eagle says, I am a pilot in training and would love to see what my home airport looks like. The identifier is KLZU. Okay, well I might get a chance to load it up, but I'll have a look at it on the map for you, and that'll certainly give us an idea of how, if it's in the sim, how it'll look. The Stealth Ninja is here. Good evening to you. He says hi. Colin says, if you are VFO'er, Dublin has you cross the Killiney to Howth or below, or at or below 500. Auxiliary Egg says, are you going straight to Derry after Dublin or Belfast in between? We'll see. The Stealth Ninja says, what game is this? This is Microsoft Flight Simulator. Rob says, thanks for the view. No worries, dude.
Hey, good morning.
The Stealth Ninja is now following. You're very welcome. I think it's safe to say that none of us have work in the morning. Kalibos, yes. That is definitely the case. So we're ramping up here nicely. Very shortly we're going to be coming up over Newcastle. That is the home airport of one Gripper Sim on the reaction review. If you guys are aware of his channel, if not, check it out. He's going to have a whole load of tutorials coming out relatively soon. The Stealth Ninja wants to know, how did you get beta access? So, the wonderful people over at Microsoft kindly reached out and gave me a key to the final build. This is not a review. It's not a final impression or opinion. This is just me showing you off what Ireland looks like in the sim. And as you can see, I'm sure you'll all agree, that rhymed and I could have been a poet. It looks fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Thomas MacDonald has just subscribed. Many thanks, Thomas. I hope you're enjoying the stream this evening as we're flying up the east coast of Ireland here on our way up to Dublin. Kieran Brennan, he's in work at 11 o'clock. Let's hope you don't operate heavy machinery. So plenty of bumpy stuff. So as we come over the head here, it'll be a left turn, follow on up the coast, and we're going to see Newcastle. We're very close now to the Sugarloaf and Newtown, Mount Kennedy neck of the woods. I think there's a Sugarloaf there. Or there. Maybe it's that one. We've been near enough the old filming set of Glenroe, which is almost every Irish person's education. Kieran says, I'm on a till in Duns. Well, not too bad. Hopefully it's not too busy tomorrow. Sundays tend to be not too bad. Although I'm saying that I must do grocery shopping tomorrow. So we shall see. Tomorrow, I mean today. You have this beautiful transition from kind of the Wicklow Mountains and they turn into the Dublin Mountains. Anywhere from the Glen of Amal, really, heading up the way. Bree says, the sim makes Irish weather look nice. Oh yeah. How did someone sub if you don't have the sub button? So if you're on Twitch, you have a follow. Or if you're on YouTube, you have a sub. So I'm streaming on both platforms using a program called Restream.io, which is really handy. The channel tonight has seen exponential growth. We've gone from 600 and odd subscribers up to, I think we're nearly at 800. And about 30 followers on the Twitch to, I think, about 60. So we're having a wild time here. So Newcastle, the home of Gripper Sim, is just down here. So it is a grass strip runway, and you have a taxiway leading you back in, and then you have a hangar and a couple of parked aircraft. So we'll cancel our autopilot. And we'll do a bit of a approach, if you like. We'll fly over the runway here because Gripper has this program. He has access to the same build as I, so no doubt he has checked out his local airport. But let's just go in for a closer look ourselves. You can see there with the grass strip. And there is a railway line down that neck of the woods as well. So Echo India November Charlie, I believe it is, Newcastle. It looks reasonably accurate, actually, in fairness to it. Add a bit of power here now, not to embarrass ourselves and crash into his lovely airport. Look at them reflections.
500.
We got real low and slow there. Add our power back in, and we continue our climb out. So we're going to look for a 2500 again, as we can reactivate our autopilot. We're going to go to heading mode on, and we're going to go...
Engaging autopilot.
Autopilot is now engaged. We'll go vertical speed, and we will go to 600 feet per minute on our initial climb. We'll follow on here from the coast. We shall head due north. As we look out, there we have the Sugarloaf. Sean Campion says, you're over 800 subs. Nice. Matthew Moran is here. Where are you heading? We're going to head up to Dublin. Check out what we can see. And then over to Derry. Spark and VR says, I did not think you could stream Twitch and YouTube at the same time. You can with Restream.io. It's pretty much designed for very, very small channels. And depending where the following is, I might go one night on YouTube and one night on Twitch. We'll see though. Like it's like it's trying to explain time travel. You'll do it for so long until your head gets really sore, and then you're just like, yeah, but if you go back then and he knows then in the future, that you actually go back. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, we'll see how all that goes. So we're still climbing nicely here, back up to 2,500 feet. A small left turn in here as we're near kind of Dalkey and Killiney. Looking down over, it's around Bray actually, this neck of the woods as well. John Doe asks, are we going to fly over the Glen of Amal or approach along the coast into Dublin? John Hubbard is here. What plane are you flying in, Murph? This is the Cirrus SR-22. Good to see you, John. I hope you're keeping well. Rob says, what is your FPS rate, rather, while playing? Currently getting 60, which is sweet. Bill has a mad request. Bill says, can you swing into winter season for a few minutes? Bill, for you, yes. Snow is no good. Bring the clouds up out of our face. How's that, Bill? As we jump outside the airplane, at a click of a button, you now have snow. Now, before my entire airplane decides to freeze over, I hope that shall suffice, Bill. Because we're going to ice up here and things are going to get nasty. So we're going to go to... There we go. Clear skies, kind of. Temperature, bring it up there about 22 degrees just to make it look real nice as you come in over Dublin, as the wet and the icing leaves the side of our airplane. Irish and Tire says, can you please skirt by Carlingford Lock? Probably do it tomorrow, if that's okay. Colonel Fork says, thank you for streaming, my pleasure. Chippy says, this is unreal. Spark and VR, it did seem difficult to keep track. I stream X-Plane 11 VR and couldn't keep track. It can be real difficult. Irish and Tire says, nice. Dick says, where's Bray? Just behind us. And my view flying back in from skiing in February 2009. Nice. So we're approaching the Dublin. This would be Dunleary, this neck of the woods. So we'll we're going to slow our machine down here a little bit. And we'll start making a left turn out towards Baldonnel. Don't go too far, Murph. About 290 should suffice. As you can see, Dublin slowly but surely getting populated. As we approach, you have Dalkey over this neck of the woods, down by Killiney, over to Dunleary. Further afield then, you're looking out over Dundrum and a Sandyford neck of the woods. I think we kind of have to jump outside for Dublin, lads. What do you think? Disappear my mush. And we'll go for a bit of how's that looking? So we're heading from kind of Dublin south side over to Dublin west side. Don't worry guys, we'll have a look at Dublin Airport as well. Yeah, so we'll tip down kind of Baldonnel neck of the woods over to Weston, and then we're kind of going back up. We'll follow the Liffey, and we'll have a gawk around to see what we can see. Dara says, what specs is your PC to have an idea how it handles? I have an i9 9900K running at 5 GHz, an NVIDIA RTX 2080 Ti, and 64 gigs of RAM, which is probably overkill. But it's pretty much running on Ultra here. Broadband speed is, I think it's 50. SyncAnt is here, or SyncAnt. Is it more CPU or GPU? On my system, GPU. Because they're flying out over kind of, where's this be at? Kind of Clondalkin-ish? No, it's not. It's more Tala? Yeah, Tala. Kind of Tala, and then Saggart is further on up, kind of to our top left-hand side here. We're approaching Ballon Aerodrome, which is slightly up and to the left. Over in this corner here. This way, Murph. You have the various business parks, Grange Castle, all that good stuff is located here. You have Casement Air Base sitting just here. This is a military installation owned by the Irish Air Corps. Colin says, change tanks. We will now in a sec. You can see from this altitude, it has pretty much the squares modelled. The hangars, they are the correct number of hangars. Doesn't look too bad. It has all these new buildings here built. Microsoft put in a whole heap of them for their data centres. We then have the business parks of Greenogue. As we head out towards Newcastle, we'll jump back into a little airplane here. Oh, don't do that. Right tank and don't shut off the engine, Murph. So we're going to spin around here now over to Weston. Good man, Colin, for reminding us to change our tanks. As we continue our turn here. That's Weston Aerodrome just beneath us now. More of a private airfield. A lot of flight training goes on in there. Again, they have it modelled pretty much spot on. They have the hangar. They have a number of parked aircraft. Colin did his first solo in there. Nice. So that'd be Weston. We'll deactivate our autopilot here as we fly back in towards Dublin. We're going to chase the River Liffey coming in and we'll fly in through the city centre. So nice and bumpy. It kind of adds to the owl immersion, doesn't it? My immersion. We're gonna follow the River Liffey in. Bring our speed back here a little bit as we engage our autopilot. Go for an altitude hold. You can disappear me again. Because you don't want to be looking at my mug. Because we're flying into Dublin. We're very much on the south side here now, as you have the Liffey that comes on into town. Gisson Station being up this neck of the woods. Guinness is over this side. We can probably get in a little bit closer. This should take us up by the Aviva. We're heading down. We're looking at the Rathmines area. That's Circular Road. Portobello. Along the quays there in Dublin as well. We'll have a look at St. Stephen's Green, Marion Square. There be it the Aviva. Not modelled with photogrammetry, but certainly the layout of the building is somewhat correct. Plenty of different housing. All the buildings appear to be in the right location anyway. You have the big smokestacks below at Ringsend. The Shelburne Park just coming in under the front landing gear. Look now over at Dublin Port. So from here, we're going to disengage our autopilot as we bank left here. We're going to make our approach into Dublin Airport. Get ourselves all lined up here and see what we can do. Now, if we want to be really fancy here, guys, oh yeah. So we have, well, isn't that just pretty? We don't want to miss the old runway here at Dublin. Dara says, great stream. Many thanks, Dara. I hope you're enjoying it. And everyone else that's here in the chat as well, be it on Twitch or the YouTube. Many thanks for joining me tonight, guys. Having an absolute blast here. We make our final approach into Dublin Airport. Look at the state of that scenery. It's amazing looking. Okay, Murph, we're high and fast. The best slow it down. On the glide slope, that's a good sign. Too white, too red. Going to bleed off some of the speed here. Looking to get our speed back into the white arc there. That means we have a green light for deploying some flaps, which will be now. First notch of flaps have been engaged. It's all a little bit bumpy, but we'll figure it out as we get there. Not normally a sight you would see, a small little SR-22 coming into Dublin Airport. Be on our tippy toes here. Well, as you can see, we do have the correct layout of the terminals. Granted, it doesn't have the Aerosoft level of detail with Dublin Airport, but it's still quite convincing. We make our approach here on runway 34. Try and keep ourselves on the center line as we kind of float the whole way down. There's contact. Bring our flaps back in. Not sure there was two control towers, but check out the far side as well. And again, now this wouldn't have the same level of detail as the handcrafted airports. This is just pretty much default. But again, for a default airport, it's not bad. As we clear the main runway. Alan says, landing runway 34. Why not? Irish and Tired says, I'm enjoying this. My first look at Ireland, the new sim. Yep, ditto. Vic, thanks for Dublin. I'm a recharge my battery. Good night, Vic. Thanks a million for joining us here tonight. I hope you enjoyed the stream. So we're not going to waste much time here. We're going to stick on the brakes, keep the engine running. So we have work to do. So parking brake coming on, we'll jump on out. Do a bit of a spin around and check out the Dublin Airport. So in terms of the buildings and the layout of said buildings, it's pretty on the ball. Including Terminal 2, which is always great to see. So these lower stands here are usually operated by the likes of Ryanair. That'd be, you know, ideally Terminal 1. Most of the Aer Lingus and other long-range carriers would operate out of Terminal 2 along here. You do have somewhat, the layout is somewhat correct. Like the buildings are definitely shaped the right way, which is good to see. The lighting over Dublin looks absolutely incredible, doesn't it? There's a number of static aircraft here. Granted, you wouldn't have GA planes parked there, but it's not too bad. For default and basic, it'll do. The Fat Boy Joe is here from Twitch. He says, have you tried this on VATSIM? Not yet. Irish Atari says, I hope MK Studios do an upgrade for Dublin. Yeah, well, I think Aerosoft did a fairly decent one with version 2. So we'll wait and see how that goes. So as you can see, it's not too bad. As I said, the layout of the buildings is correct. Plenty of car parking and static objects. The old SR Technics building down the bottom there, which I now think is Aer Lingus. You have the cargo terminals down here. That is just here. Terminal 1 departures. Down, you have the smaller ones. You spin around this way. As I said, most of your Ryanairs will be parked in here. You can see from the maps, this is where they're building the new runway, which goes all the way out this direction. So that's going to be absolutely fantastic to see. So we are moving at a rate of knots. So what we need to do a quick look at Derry. We're going to go back to our main menu here. Poor little Jerry is hanging on since 9 o'clock last night to have a look. We'll get this loaded up. Mr. Eager is here. He says, could we expect the game on Xbox One? Yes, you certainly can. We're going to jump back into our trusty Cessna. Take it for a flight in and around the area of Derry Airport. Or somewhere, there you be. I'll select you. Now, Derry. Is it... What was Derry Airport? Oh, we said we had to check a couple of airports before we go. So what was it? KLZU. KLZU. Are you in the same? Yes, you are. Lawrenceville. Briscoe and Lawrenceville. So if we zoom in here. Yeah, so they have all the parking spaces plus the runways. Briscoe Field, is it? In Lawrenceville. Sweet. So that's definitely going to be an interesting place to fly. Yeah. Derry. So we shall go for ramp 57 parking. Paddy's is here, is now following. Many thanks for the follow, guys. If you're new to the channel, if you like what you see, I would very much appreciate the old thumbs up, a follow, or even a sub. Adam says, mad how you're up at 0445, lad. Yep. Mad is right. P4 Days, hey Murphy, not sure if you know the answer, but would a Logitech 3D Pro be a good starting point in terms of joysticks for this game? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Use what you have, guys, until you kind of figure out what you want out of the sim. Just use what you have, you know? Whatever access to hardware you have, try it out. London Derry, controversial. Derry, London Derry. Eglinton. We're taking off from Eglinton. Eglinton. 5 knots, bearing a 274. Alrighty. And we're over at the fuel stand. Because that was smart. Do a live fly over the city, don't have to land, just want to see it. No problem. So fuel, we're okay with that. Cool, can we get some sort of a pushback? It's some random person pushing the plane, which is all good. So far so good. There'll be a river, don't go into the river. Get ourselves stopped. Now, let us see, let us get me bearings. We zoom up, whoop. Now. The mountains look real nice. Okay, so let's kind of help the situation here. So we go with a few clouds. Go middle of the day. Right there. That all looks tickety-boo to me. Down on the plane. And Derry's over this direction. So it's pretty much going to be a straight out departure. It actually nearly crashed just there. It froze. Anyway, let's get up and running and see what happens. So, the Cessna, we left you in this position. Battery on. Fuel shut-off valve goes to close. Rich, open the throttle 1/4. Beacon and our nav lights on. Fuel pump can come on. That's all good there. We can shout our clear prop. Our parking brake on. Go clear prop. Good start on the engine. Get our alternator on. Avionics can come on here now as well. Get all our lights on, including our pitot heat, because why not? We should hear a good noise from our avionics. Oh, we're going to go for 2,500 feet. Go ahead and arm that. Transponder can go to altitude mode. That looks good for me. Parking brake coming off. Just make sure we know where we're going. We'll scoot around. Okay, and we continue on. Get ourselves taxiing out of here. Again, decent work with the airport. They've pretty much mapped all the buildings correctly. Which is the right idea, as Murphy decides to go off the runway. There would appear to be a car on the runway. We'll ignore him for a minute. Even the lights reflections, guys, it just looks amazing, doesn't it? We do have a heat blower coming from the exhaust. Dogs is here. Do you take viewer request? If so, please fly over VNKT. It's a small valley and it's in my hometown. We'll get to it probably later on today. But I will write it down. I'll be back streaming later on, dude. VNKT. Okay, get ourselves lined up here on the runway. So make sure it goes to Rich. Lights are all on. Power coming in. Power is now set. Airspeed is alive. Don't need flaps on this takeoff. Plenty of runway. There's 40 knots. There's 50. We're getting good and light. Up onto 60. And we're airborne. Yeah, it was Jerry waiting for 8 hours. Jerry had to wait 8 hours for this. Jerry, you win the badge tonight for determination. I reckon it's going to be bumpy. As we do a bit of climbing here. There's 1,000 feet. Beijing Time asks, did you go for the tutorial? I didn't, but I'll certainly have a look at it later on today. After a few hours kip, I think. Okay. Let's see if we can set everything up on the autopilot to give us a nice smooth flight here around Derry. Alrighty, let's see how everything's going to look. Sebastian is now following over on the Twitch. Many thanks, Sebastian, for the follow. And to everyone here tonight for all the many subscribers and all the guys following away. I just want to say thank you so much. It means the world to me. And it's been a night of nights. Sebastian, sup from New Zealand, bro. Kia ora, dude. How are you keeping? Northland or Southland? So to get our altitude stabled here, make a left turn. In there you devil, yeah. North Ireland, brother. Auckland. I'm curious to see what Auckland looks like in the game. Oh, dude. In a couple of hours, I'll be back on streaming. There's a list of demands. But we will be having a look at some other areas later on. But right after this flight, it's going to be powwow time. As we fly over Derry, London Derry. Everybody wants to see their home. Oh, gotcha.
Gonna collect some green stamps.
Colonel Fork 85 donated €4.22. Here's an American fiver. Hopefully it'll get you a bev. Colonel Fork, thank you so much. It's very kind of you. That will most definitely go towards some more add-ons for the Microsoft Flight Sim. Go ahead, make another left turn here. Drosny 17 is now following. Many thanks, dude. But the city goes from buildings to grass. Pretty much. That's kind of the way Ireland is. No different than... It's very like Southland. But what's the verdict, Jerry? Does it look good, bad, or indifferent? Go left. Oh yeah, some of the American cities are nuts, like they're so big. Pretty much horizon to horizon. Sandman just subscribed, many thanks. You're very welcome to the channel and to tonight's stream. I hope you're enjoying it. Let's make the place look a little bit more interesting, shall we? Such a beautiful looking sim. Sebastian is asking, does it snow in Ireland? It has been known to snow here a few times. Josh, SO1, well, this is already much better than the last guy I watched. Many thanks for your kind words, Josh. You're very welcome to the stream, dude. You're catching just as we're on our final leg of tonight's journey, but we will be back on in a couple of hours. Look at the state of that. It's unreal, isn't it? No, it's real, but it's unreal. Moto Mofo. That's a cool name, dude. Tuesday come fast. User Ready 51 says, I know, right? It's certainly real, says Josh. Guys, you're most welcome to the channel. Many thanks for stopping by this evening. I do hope you're keeping well, and happy Saturday or Sunday, depending on where you are. Sebastian says, you know, New Zealand looks pretty similar to Ireland, minus the historic architecture. True that. Irish Entire says the colours are amazing. They really are. They really are. Like, it's just absolutely stunning. Tinkat says, just hit Sunday for you. Sweet, dude. Yes, this is a pretty sim. Meddy's here. Hey, Two-Tone. Hey, Meddy. I hope you're keeping well. So we're going to disconnect our autopilot as we head back to Eglinton Airport. Mitch is here. Good day to you, sir. Hope you're keeping well. Matthew Parks is here. He says, beautiful. It really is. Alrighty. So again, we have these real subtle yet beautiful reflections, if you guys can see them. Just on the window there. Looks absolutely awesome. How bad do thunderstorms look? Pretty bad. Let's see what we can do here. Holy crap. Oh yeah, it's all sorts of holy moly going on now. Wow, look at that. Thunder and lightning. Hey. That's kind of biblical. Kind of killing the elf frame, so at least we know what it looks like. Alright. Will Rob D just subscribed. Many thanks for the subscribe, dude. Welcome to the channel. I hope you guys are enjoying it. As we're a little high and a little fast as we make our final approach here into Derry. Ooh, that's some nice lighting. We got our speed bled off here. Go ahead now, start introducing some flaps. This is going to be a relatively steep approach. Our full flaps. Just dip the nose here a little. Matthew says I gotta change my pants. Salazar could try a slip. No, I think we're okay with the descent as it is. If it looks anyway hairy, we'll just well, we'll try it again. So your ears will be popping like a divil at this stage. Prodigy QB just subscribed. Many thanks for the subscribe, dude. And to everyone else in the chat, be it on Twitch or on YouTube. Thank you all so much for joining me here tonight. I've been streaming close to... Where's the button that says how long? 8 hours. Whoops. It's all good. This is our first night of streaming. I'm going to get a bit of shut-eye soon. Get a couple of hours kip, and then we'll be back in. We need to continue our flight. Dublin, we have to head to do Belfast next. So we have Derry covered. We'll probably go Belfast and cut across to Enniskillen probably. Get ourselves down here where we need to be getting. Waiting for the stall horn. There's contact on the back. And on the front. Not too shabby. Go ahead, bring our flaps in. We taxi down to the end of the runway. Mitch is asking, can we fly over Iowa in the US? Yep, but not just yet this evening. We're going to head away and get a little bit of shut-eye It's 05:15 in the morning here in little old Ireland. I started streaming this at 2100 hours yesterday. Sleep is needed. Otherwise we'll have a falling asleep two-tone at the controls, and no one wants to see that. Breakbeat says, thanks for the stream, catch you tomorrow. Mitch is now following. Many thanks, Mitch. Yeah, guys, if you're only joining and you want to catch more of this, in a couple of more hours I'll be back on streaming, so be sure to follow or subscribe. And if you like this kind of content on the channel, I would appreciate the old thumbs up, and it points me in the right direction of what types of videos to be making, as we don't hit that bus over there. So we're just going to do kind of blatant abandonmentism of an aircraft right in the middle. Because why not? Roll to a stop. That will do. So go ahead, get our parking brake on. Double check our flaps are in. Our transponder can come to off. Disappear our yoke here, so our landing and taxi lights can come off along with our strobes. Heater heat is no longer needed. Everything else here looks okay. Avionics can come off. We'll reset our trims here. And we can go ahead and pull the mixture. Max to off. Alternator off. And battery off. Cool. Oh, guys, there we have it, an 8-hour stream of holy moly. Birds chirping. Yeah. It's only when it starts getting bright outside you realise, bit of explaining to do. But anyway, guys, I've had an absolute blast tonight. I want to thank you all so much for joining, for so many subscribes and follows. What an experience. And all I can say is there is a lot more to come in this phenomenal Microsoft Flight Simulator. The caveat, of course, is Microsoft reached out to me, provided me with this key. It is not a review, nor is it any opinion based on what the final version of the simulator is going to be. I've been given a unique opportunity to showcase this wonderful island we live on, which is Ireland. So to recap, we took off from Donegal Airport, we headed down the west coast, then we headed all the way across the south coast, and we made it about halfway back up the east coast. Next time land at Area 51, you got it, dude. Guys, thanks so much. I'm now off to me lava, because I'm very tired. But I will be back on in a couple of hours. Keep an eye on Twitch and YouTube for any notifications. And we're also live on Discord if you guys want to jump in. I do believe I have a link just gone into the chat there now. So if you guys want to join us over on Discord, we can continue the discussion over there. And if you have any requests or questions or looking for any help or tutorials, that'll be the place to put them. So until later, at some stage, thanks very much, guys. Good night, and yeah, we'll see you soon. See ya.